All right, folks, what's cooking? We are back with another episode of Sunday Night Research Stream. I'm late. Would you be surprised if I told you I was fighting with my model? Trying to get that stupid thing working for me? All good. It is what it is. Off we go. So we're going to do some deep diving of some golfers tonight. We're going to take a look at their round-by-round stuff. We're going to take a look at some course history. We're going to take a look at who played well today. I think we're going to do a quick little recap of Bay Hill and take a look at some options because those aren't going to be in the research. We can kind of go back to them as we want, but I think it'll be a nice little recap, quick, kind of chat about Scottie, kind of chat about some fun stuff, and then go from there. We're going to do it and have some fun, baby. Let's do this thing. So Scottie Scheffler obviously dominated the world today. And he broke our hearts because we had a Wyndham Clark outright. So the joys. We also had Willie Z. Willie Z's back, folks. He's 100% back. He's playing some good golf. He's doing his thing. He's doing his thing. Loving what Willie Z can get up to. It's looking so good to have an outright on him or a future for what you might call it over at the Masters. It's the players, Zach. It's the players, buddy. It's going to be a big week. It's going to be a fun week. You know, we had a bit of a disaster of a week ourselves from a betting standpoint. I went rogue on my units, completely went rogue on my units for live bets and dug ourselves into a massive hole. Just wanted to say thank you for your showdown articles. Oh, baby, Tyler. Yeah, baby. Just wanted to say thanks for your showdown articles. 350 on a round 3 single entry, dude. Yes, let's go. Yep. Sorry about not having round 4 out there. I was just not feeling anything. I was also out and about. Doug in the hizzy. Good evening, Byron. I guess stay away from all the mentions of Clark. No, I brought them up right away, so we good. And then Scotty is the first guy in history to go back-to-back at Sawgrass or fade. Ooh, that's very good, dude. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you can even bet him. I think he's 6-1 right now across the board. So that's not even an option for most people. So we'll have to see what we can do with those. But I don't know, man. It's going to be tricky to see. Let's take a look at what happened today. There's some interesting names that showed up on here that might be interesting plays for this week. Like obviously Scottie. So what? When Scottie won at the Players, he won by 5 strokes again. This is the research stream. So I'm gonna think. I don't even know who I'm betting right now. I know I've got a Tom Hoge outright at 100-1. That's it. That's all I have. So that's as far as my research has gone. We're going to kind of figure out. That's the whole point of the show, is trying to just go from here and see what cooks. Look at this bullshit. Scottie gaining 4 strokes putting today. Incredible. So for the event, he just went to town. All right. So Scottie, obviously we know what's going on there. I don't know if you can bet him at 61. It'll be interesting. I think people are going to be overreacting to the putter. We might need to see a few more tournaments of that to kind of see if it's actually back. But congrats to Scottie on a great win. Spencer had him. Our Rotoball, a PGA show at 9:30 Eastern time, has now hit 3 outrights this year. So we're doing good on that show with me and Spence. We're loving life. So Scottie obviously won. Gained pretty much a stroke in every category you could find. Wyndham Clark, like we expected, putting and approach play. I mean, the guy's incredible out the rough, all that jazz. So we'll see I don't think the TPC Sawgrass is a good fit for him. We'll have to see, though. He played well at Pebble, I guess, but he putted lights out on a soft golf course. Shane Lowry, once again, take a look at this nonsense. So Shane Lowry, through the first 14 holes, had lost a stroke through the first 9 and then barely gained anything for the next 5 holes. And then went to town on those final few holes. He's just incapable of playing good golf when it matters to win a tournament right now. He shot level par, gained a stroke or whatever on the day, but he did the majority of that. He gained almost 2 strokes in the final few holes outside of hole number 9 as well. So tough scenes for Shane. Obviously had the hole-in-one year in the past. Russell Henley is playing. When Russell Henley gains more strokes putting in an event than he does tee to green, we've got problems. Things are not like that's not sustainable. He's putting has been incredible. We'll dive into that. Willie Z, great course fit for Bay Hill. I don't know about the players. Sahith, folks, take a look at for the week. Sahith was 4th in the field in strokes gained driving behind Rory, Zal, and Scottie. Like, Sahith is starting to play some golf off the tee now. Scary stuff. And then lost on approach. So that's not good for him. We'll have to see there. But I love Sahith. He's playing some good golf. Potentially going to dive into him. Brendon Todd fascinates me. Shot +2 today. Shocker. I mean, the guy is just not capable. Oh, that's round 1. Round 2, shot -2. Wow. Okay. Byeong Hun An. Ooh, I actually really fancy Byeong Hun An this week again. He suits any course. He suits any course, and I think Byeong Hun An plays well on these shorter courses, wedge-intensive golf courses. We'll see what Byeong Hun An can get up to. We still have to build the model, so we're going to do that as well. Griot. Oh, my God. He's putting and approach play is just dialed right now. So it's very exciting to see what he can get up to. Maybe he wins the players. I don't know how much around the green is going to matter for him. Putnam seems like a great option too. I think he's played some good golf here in the past. North Carolina goes live tomorrow at noon. Ooh, well, welcome, Easy. And let's go, dude. Is that the Underdog Sportsbook? That's exciting. That's exciting stuff, man. Justin Thomas +4 after being -3 through the first 9. Shout out to JT for a complete meltdown on the back. What a disaster. I think he did that in round 3 as well. Played great, was cooking, and then just lost the plot. Couldn't finish it on the back 9. Hideki +4. That seemed inevitable with a limp leg. I mean, this guy's withdrawing at any given moment. So North Carolina going live with all the books. Wow. That's going to be exciting. I'm sure you're going to have some crazy, and the week of the players, that's going to be awesome. Nick Taylor, Brian Harman. There's some names here that we're definitely going to take a look at. If they come into this week playing some good golf, particularly Harman on approach, I think was doing some good stuff early and then kind of just fell away. Tom Hoge doing it again. I mean, he lost tons of strokes putting this week. So that's the reason why. I mean, look at this. I think he led the field in approach play. Yeah. Led the field in approach play. Incredible stuff. Gaining like 2 strokes per round. Dude, JT. I lost every single live bet I placed last week, whatever you want to call it. Brutal stuff. And then any other names that we're gonna kind of speak about? Sungjae Im. Shot +2 today. That's okay. Seems like he's figuring his stuff out. Look at the approach play around the green. It's better, like doing good stuff. I think that's interesting. I think not to bet him outright, but definitely to maybe DFS, a little bit of maybe a matchup or placement bet for him. We'll take a look there. So that's pretty much the top 20 guys that are kind of in the mood to chat about. Cameron Davis played nicely here at the Players last year and is entering the week with some good form on approach in particular. But again, we've got to remember this course is going to be a bit more different based off of the kind of way. What am I trying to say here? The irons are totally different ranges. Let's actually dive into that. Here's the model. We're going to dive into those boys shortly. So this is the situation here. We'll hide 2020 because that was the year of the Coco. Never played that year. At the Players, historically, off the tee hasn't mattered as much. 1% less than to average. But also it's like you don't have to be a bomber or anything like that. You just have to make sure you can keep it in play. And I think that's the most important here. Approach play, 1% more important. Nothing like excessively more than to average this week. Pretty much everything ho-hum. What we are going to see is also just that stock standard range from 125 to 200. Half the shots coming from there. So if you can find someone that's particularly good from 150 to 200, that's about a third of the shots, which is about, it's actually less than to average, but this week that's the most of the buckets. We got all sorts of, you're going to go through the buckets. Yeah. You go from 100 to 250 plus. They're all pretty much double digit kind of situations outside of some mid-long, like 200 to 250. But it's interesting. Got the 4 par 5s this week. Taking a look at the scoring and stuff going here in the past, we've had some. Oh, that's a big zoom. It's a zoomer. Looking at the scoring in the past year, tour average is about half a stroke under. The last time I played under par by the field was 2019. So since COVID, we really haven't seen anyone, this field take care of business here. It's short, 7,100 yards roughly. Driving distance, less than tour average, about 7 yards or so. Driving accuracy is about the same, which is interesting, but it's tough. It's a tough driving course, this. Fairway width, 8 yards narrower than tour average. That's why. And then the green regulation rates are about the same as tour average, but, it's hit and miss. You're going to see guys miss tons and tons of greens if you're out of position, and the penalty strokes are just going to be crazy. So that's kind of just the gist of where we're going. Hello, Joanne. How are you doing this fine evening? Good to see you in the chat. Let's do some research, baby. So I did a bit of modeling. We're going to dial back the course history quite significantly, going from Bay Hill to this golf course. I did a little quick tweet to kind of promote the show, and the thing with this venue is we can put it up here quickly just to kind of show you the course history. It's really interesting because we have a bunch of people, like, take a look here. Bezzy's played 56 courses in his career. He's the only person where he's like strokes gained for, out of all the courses he's ever played, this is his 8th best course of strokes gained total. So Bezzy, I know there's like a mixture of strength of field, there's all that stuff going on, but just to get a feel for how these guys do, Bezzy's the only person whose TPC Sawgrass ranks inside the top 10 for him. So there's that, there's like no guaranteed certainty someone's going to play well. Yeah. It's a very difficult course to kind of predict. It's going to be crazy. So as you can see, Hoge 11th, that's why we like him again. I mean, he broke the course record, or tied it at least last year in round 3. So we'll see what Hoge can do. Hovland played great in the past. Siwoo, obviously past winner. Steve Stricker, is he in I guess he's a past champ. I don't know if he's even in the field. Hideki played kind of well for the 2020 year, and then it kind of disappeared. Sepp, it kind of makes a bit more sense for him. Doug Ghim's loved this place. Keegan Bradley, all that jazz. So we'll get into some course history as we go along, but that's kind of just the general understanding we're kind of going for there. The weather, we can't really kind of see. This is a Sunday show. Thursday's looking calm. Friday's looking calm. Mid-70s across the board. A bit of rain maybe on Friday. So we'll see what goes on. Let's build the model quickly. We've taken out some course history. We're going to leave alone, the recent form of last 24 rounds. And we're going to rely a bit more on a stat profile than a course history profile going into this week. Try and see who's doing what. We've got our approach numbers changed up here to a bit more good shots. We've seen scores. The winners have to get to -12, -14 at least. Got to hit a few goodies. So we want some strokes gained, good shot avoidance, poor shot avoidance, and good shot rate. So we're going to rock with those this week. And this is the situation. So off the tee, I'm going to kind of try and keep it around 15% or less. We got some distance off the tee. That's kind of where we're going to be going. Yeah. I don't know if anyone's going to like completely dominate this course off the tee. I think you can lose it off the tee, but you're not going to absolutely dominate. So I kind of like it where we are. This is 7,200 or less. So we'll make that show less than 7,200 yards. So that's basically the 4 metrics you're looking for. We're going to get some accuracy. We're going to get some strokes gained off the tee. And we're going to do some recent strokes gained off the tee as well, last 24 rounds, which is basically this year. I changed it. Anything that says last 24 means this calendar year, by the way. Back on kind of a Bermuda blend or whatever. Not necessarily going to be overly popular with the putting this week, but maybe we put a bit more of that involved here. I do think it's going to be important to putt well. I mean, obviously Cam Smith won it, putting and gaining 10 strokes. So we'll see what he can do. I think that's where we're going to get our extra percentages, yeah. The approach plays at 35. That's pretty normal. We're going to do bogey avoidance at 10. There's the 4 par 5s. You got to score on those in order to make sure you can capitalize on those holes. Recent approach play, boom, boom, boom. All right, so that's the situation that we have. Let's take a look at what it's kicking out for us. Obviously, Scottie, top of the board, yeah. Makes a ton of sense. Adam Scott, interesting. So we'll dive into these guys and take a look at what's going on. Also, I want to just make sure that I actually want to add some random timestamps here. So we're going to do, what was it? Bay Hill recap. That's going to be to start with. And then we're going to do a course preview situation at about, 5 minutes into that, 7 minutes into that. And now we're cooking with gas, kind of talking about some guys. Let's talk about Scottie. Let's speak about him. He's finally going to he has to win again in order for you to make your $100 back that you're going to be looking to win off him in the last 12 months. So that's going to be interesting to see. Once again, Patrick Cantlay, Xander Schauffele back in the mix, losing people money for outrights as they always do. But let's speak about Scottie. Let's stay on brand. Let's kind of keep going here. The course history for Scottie, past champion, obviously. We don't need major strokes gained yet. We are excited for the Masters, though. He's been amazing. He's been amazing. Like, the ball striking's back. The putter seems like it's working. Obviously, all the stuff you guys know. We don't have this OWGR. This model's all in shambles. I must have unhidden some stuff. What does he do on these easier things? Obviously, the driving is fantastic. I mean, he's been fourth in the field the last while this year in driving, which is great. We love that from Scottie. I don't want good drives in here. Don't want total. Sorry, folks. Kind of just tidying up some stuff. This is just approach play in general. Get rid of all of this stuff. See some weighted. This is where we're going to look. And obviously, Scottie pops out amazingly, but he doesn't do it with good shots. 27th in the field in good shot rate. He avoids bad shots the best out of everybody. First in the field in that, and he gains the most strokes. So he doesn't hit it stiff, but he kind of just makes sure that he stays safe and sound. And that's the way you want to go around this golf course. So we're going to make sure we take care of that. Let's tidy up this model here. Okie dokie. Sorry about this. It's been like you have the whole day to do something and you just can't quite get there. And then you land up showing up for your own show 10 minutes late. So we're going to hide a few more columns. I don't know, out of the rough isn't going to be nearly as important as it was last week because Scottie, they hit a lot of fairways. If you're missing the fairway, the rough isn't nearly as penal, I don't think, at this golf course. So don't stress about that. You just got to make sure you don't hit it in the water. That's the biggest thing. So we'll have to see if these guys can take care of business off the tee. That's what you want to look for. And then we're back in business. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. Beautiful. All right. I do have one more thing, round by round. Let's try and refresh this, if it's even the same thing. The joys. Nope. Okay. So we're going to have a few guys with missing stuff in there, but it's okay. It's all relevant as of the most recent stamp. We are fine to go. So Scottie, let's take a look at there's not a lot. What are we really discussing? You're either going to bet the guy or not. He's exceptional across the board. Every single proximity bucket, he's amazing. From 200 out, from par 5 scoring, bogey avoidance. He's just so good at everything apart from kind of just hitting good shots, which by good shots is gaining over half a stroke on approach on a single shot. That's his thing. So we'll have to see what he can do. I got to bring a better take than this, right? Maybe the fact that he's coming off a win. We haven't seen him win back-to-back in 2 weeks because it's just tricky to do. You got media obligations. You can't quite get into your thing. The limelight's going to be all on him. I think the new putter is going to make him super popular. I don't know. I can't tell you, folks. I have no idea what to make of him. I think, what I was thinking about Scottie Scheffler is kind of just taking the Breaking 100 article and just betting Scottie Scheffler. Look how profitable he's been. He has another top 5. He has another top 10 for him. We cashed the top 10. If you just bet Scottie Scheffler top 5, top 10 every tournament he plays in and just make that your bet, you're going to have a few losing weeks here and there, but he finishes inside the top 10 8 out of 10 times. So that's just incredible. I'm kind of curious. I might just do a lot, but after speaking about using our units disproportionately, we'll have to see. But Scottie is just been insane. So I'm just going to kind of leave you guys with that. let's speak about guys we're going to bet. You know, I feel like I can't really parse through too much. I haven't figured out if I want to fade the guy or not yet in DFS, but we'll definitely be playing him for top 5, top 10 again. Now it's 6-1 for a win. Your top 5 number is going to be a little tricky. It's going to be tough. It's going to be rather short. Probably going to be plus 100, maybe. So that's the thing. Maybe do they even have those? Does DraftKings have those up yet? Let's take a look. Yeah, I think they just have the outrights, right? For the players. Yeah, just the outrights. So that's going to be interesting to see. But what's more interesting to me is Adam Scott. Let's chat about him. Why is he first? Why is he second in the model, basically? There's got to be some stuff that pops. The recent form, 7th in the field. He's been playing great golf. We're going to leave, easy scoring, whatever. We're going to leave all that stuff in here. His accuracy off the tee is a problem, but he kind of dials it in on these shorter courses still. He's fine. He's got tons and tons of distance. 15th for old Adam. And I think he's had some situational rest, which is good. His wedges are fantastic. 7th in the field in good shot rate from there. Hits a lot of good shots with the wedges, but what is going on over here with his mid irons? It's been a disaster. Why would he be? Oh boy, you know what's happened? I almost did it again. We got some maniac overrides that are probably causing Adam Scott to kind of rise up the leaderboard. Yeah. Adam Scott's getting a full extra point. So this is when I go, this is my manual, kind of give the guys that I like a bit more. We might actually just do this week and kind of just smallest to largest. Please don't. I hate when I click buttons that could potentially just absolutely nuke the whole model. But Adam Scott is now probably not second anymore. 15th. Okay. We've got multiple maniac overrides. There we go. Okay, let's chat about Patrick Cantlay. Or maybe we go into Adam Scott. I guess we started speaking about him. Wow. We'll get into some rhythm here, folks. Don't you stress. But Adam, if you've been betting Adam Scott, top 10s, top 20s, interesting situation with him. Because if you're going to be betting him a top 10, the guy does top 20s at 50% rate. He does top 10s at 33. So he kind of, when he pops, he pops. So that's going to be interesting to see. Scottie's plus 140. Oh, on FanDuel, they've got that up already? Ooh. Interesting. I'll pull that up right now. Thanks, Andy. All tournaments, the players, PG. Yeah. Oh, wow. And they've got first round leaders up. Geez whiz. FanDuel not messing around, are they? Yeah, so plus 140 for Scottie. Let's go back here quickly and type this in here. Don't you do this to me. It's been behaving relatively well all day, and now we're not. Plus 140. That's a 42% rate. He's T5ing at 63% clip right now. Going back to a course he's won at. Going back after he's just dominated this week. So I could easily go to a plus 140 top 5 for him again. I don't like a top 5. I mean, you don't bet that for so many golfers because it's unless you're betting them outright, you're kind of hedging. But for Scottie, you can just bet him top 5. And then top 10, that's going to be even shorter. But minus 140, it's exactly what he was this week. Minus 140 for a top 10 seems like a very nice bet for me. Doing that at a 79% clip, that's like a 21% edge. Insane. So that's where we're going to be going with Scottie. Top 5, top 10 for sure. What's up, D. Hess? How you doing, friend? Thanks for showing up. Okay, back to Adam Scott. Jeez. Back to Adam Scott, and we'll do some deep diving as well in the model. So we like Adam. The putting's been great. The around the green's been an issue. We know all that stuff. I'm very curious as to why you just can't figure out that mid-range stuff there. That's disgusting. It's very bad. But I think Adam's kind of he's playing good golf, so we can't even really look too much into like long-term baseline. He's been playing fantastic. Let's pull up his stuff, yeah. Yeah, Scottie pulled up. I mean, look at this approach. So obviously, we bet Scottie Scheffler at the Genesis. Goes and wins the next tournament. Geez, like. Gains a ton of strokes after losing 4.5. Insane. Adam Scott. Nope, I faulted on a million different dudes, including Scottie. But the model has been behaving a bit better from what I can recall. We're not going to have as much gray screen, I don't think, this week, which is good. I didn't like how irritated I was getting at my model last week. So Adam Scott, what's he been up to? If we take a look at his stuff, the approach play has been, that's the thing. He like gains and doesn't. Had 3 top 20s in his first 3 starts on the PGA Tour. That's good. Make sure you can see what I'm looking at here. So the approach play has been great since the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. It's been pretty nice. We've liked what we've seen from Adam, averaging about a stroke per. Remember, we like what he obviously played nicely at Pebble. So 20th isn't terrible. And the thing was, he started doing his work on Pebble Beach. He's not a fan of Spyglass. He's a fan of Pebble. Let's see what Adam's got up to here in the past. Back in the day, he used to dominate. It seems like since just hasn't really done it much prior to COVID. But I think he also mentioned in his interview going into the Genesis that he lost his groove after COVID because he's from Australia, and I think they had like a complete shutdown. So he wasn't at home. He was quarantining, I think he said, like for a ridiculous amount of time. He was quarantining, which means you're not practicing. So I think he's back into his groove again. What's up, Darbo? Good to see you, friendy. So Scott, since 2017, 6th, 11th, 12th at the Players. That's good. Been doing it with the putter, doing it off the tee, staying in the groove there. Approach play, splashy, around the green, solid. We're not quite seeing the same around the green play from Adam in the last little while, so that's a concern. But, I don't mind him this week. What are his odds this week? Let's take a look at Adam Scott. Old Adam. I just don't think he's going to win a tournament, though. That's my thing. Like, he can have the best odds ever, but I think you want to bet him like a top 10 versus anything else than that. I don't know if I'm going to be betting him outright. 65-1 to win this tournament. I don't know. I don't think I'm in on Adam to win it. I don't mind him for a top 20. He's finished top 20 in all 3 of his starts on the PGA Tour. And I think if you take a look at what he got up to on the Euro Tour, it's also dominating. Been doing great stuff. So I think we're going to go with Adam Scott. Let's add a little note here so that I don't forget. Because, I didn't even bet Max Homa top 20. Someone reached out to me on Twitter and said, why didn't you bet Max Homa top 20 after you said that on the show? And I totally forgot that I said that. And guess what? He finished top 20. We bet Matthew Fitzpatrick and Cameron Young top 20s, and they freaking messed up. So top 20, top 10 market. Does Bet365 have numbers? I guess we're pulling up a million books here right now, but hey, maybe they do. I don't think I saw them even have players' numbers out there. So I doubt they have their stuff. No, they don't. What is Adam Scott's situation here? For a top 10, Adam Scott, plus 550. Okay, interesting. And then for a top 20, Adam Scott is plus 250. Very interesting. That's like very appealing to me, actually. Where are we betting this stuff here? Right, yeah. Plus 250 is a 29% implied. Scottie's been doing top 20s at like a 50% clip. I mean, he's been doing it all 3 of the years entering the week. And plus 550 for a top 10 is very juicy. We might do a little mini stack on him there. 33% of his starts in the last 18 starts have been a top 10 for Adam Scott. And now we're getting plus 550 on him. I understand that we've got designated events involved. We've got all of that. There's only like 80 odd guys, but those are the very best, which I guess this week is also including. But I mean, that seems like a very nice number to go to. So I don't mind Adam Scott for a top 10 and top 20 at plus 550 and whatever the hell else it was for a top 20, plus 250. So we might do a little mini stack in there, try and win kind of both those bets if he has a really good week. Solid odds, in my opinion. Granted, I've just been looking at designated event odds, and maybe we've been deprived of nice odds entering the week. So yeah, that's what Adam Scott's situation is. If we can get Adam Scott, he had 3 consecutive top 12s in 2017, 18, and 19 before Coco. So that's kind of his situation. I kind of don't mind. I think he's back to playing good golf. And I like what he can do on the approach side of things. What is concerning are those mid-irons. Majorly concerning. But I think we can actually even take a look at what his year-to-date stuff has been. If we pull that up on Data Golf here quickly. Let's see. Where's Data Golf? Let's see Adam Scott. I'm kind of curious as to why did he play this week? We'll look here quickly. Taking a hot minute to speak about Adam, but hey, we're going to kind of get into momentum here shortly. So Adam Scott from 150 to 200 has been insane since January 1st. Minimal shot, like 53 shots only, but from the fairway, he's been so good. Okay, that's good to see. And then out of the rough, average. But you know what? Whatever. I think he's going to be fine. Like, I mean, geez, he's just been dialed, completely dialed. I mean, he's gaining the 98th percentile in strokes gained from 150 to 200. Only behind Willie Z and Nikolai Højgaard. That's incredible. That's incredible. And that's strokes gained. Wow. This year. Interesting. We like it. We like it a lot. We like it a lot. So that's Adam Scott. Let's dive into Patrick. And actually, I wanted to make double sure that he played this week, right? He did play this week. And then we're going to get into Patrick Cantlay. I think he missed the cut. He was very popular. So, yeah. Cool. So, Scott's had some rest and relaxation. What did he get up to? What was the issue? Just putting and around the green play. Yeah, whatever. Okay. It's not, the ball striking was fine. I think he'll be okay. The putting can happen. Had a few bad putts here and there. Whatever. All right, so Adam Scott, top 10, top 20. Definitely going to be looking at that, especially once the tires paid in full numbers come out. Typically, Bet365 is even better than FanDuel in that department. 32 minutes in, let's chat about Patrick Cantlay. Gee whiz, third guy we're speaking about only. So he plays nicely on the medium and hard courses, much better than the easy ones the last little while. I'm also just going to hide this because I don't even know how much I even trust that right now. My model's been doing some weird stuff. He's solid off the tee in general. Like, he's one of the few guys that has decent distance and accuracy. So we'll see what he can do in that department. I don't mind him. The thing with him is the good shots with wedges. He's not very gifted with the wedge. He avoids bad shots quite nicely, very passive, but 30th with the wedge in strokes gained from 150 to 100 to 150. But he's very good with the mid irons. And we're going to see a third of those shots come from that range this week. Solid with the long irons too. Struggled at at Bay Hill, but I don't think, I don't know if these long courses with thick rough are like his jam. Despite being good at the rough, it's very interesting to see. Okie dokie. So that's Cantlay. I mean, he's obviously going to be making birdies and avoiding bogeys like crazy. Sees quite a big jump backwards in Bermuda putting. That's not his thing. Scary stuff. Not a good situation there. And obviously the round 4 scoring has been atrocious the last little while. 33rd in the field in round 4 because he just can't keep hanging in the mix. Best bet is a top 20. Returned you 5% on your investment there. Would have won you $164 over the last 12 months if you're trying to win 100 per event Cantlay plays in. So what's Cantlay's top 20 bet? Plus 105. Ew. I mean, it checks out. Sucked it up last week. 49% implied probability. Does it 67% of the time. Not the worst bet in the world. Now, the thing is, what has Cantlay got up to here? Let's take a look at Patrick Cantlay. And can't. Because I'm not betting him outright at all. I just don't believe he's going to win. Also, Cantlay was playing nicely in 2020 in first round, obviously. Missed the cut in his last two, 2021, 2022. Finished 19th in 23. Okay. The course history for Cantlay, not necessarily that good. So I don't know, plus 105 if we're going to pull the trigger. We'll have to see what other bets come our way. Especially, like the 4th of the Genesis was good, but he should have won that tournament. And that's been his only top 10 this year. His game doesn't seem like it's in the right place right now, especially after sucking it up this week. 36th, just nothing. Round 3 played nicely. I think that was because he went off a little earlier. I think the early splits was ridiculous this week as well. It really helped those guys. Freaking Tom Kim as well. God damn it. Anyway, all right, let's chat about Xander Schauffele. I think he's going to be interesting. But again, I think if you take a look at Xander's wedges, he's got issues. Major issues. His good shot rate with the wedge, 53rd. Strokes gained, he's 21st. We're going to see a lot of wedges this week. But he's very good when it comes to strokes gained with 150 to 200. That's his jam. And he's good with the long irons too. He's like top 10 in all 3 of them. Good shots, strokes gained, and poor shots. He's top 8, actually. So that's good to see from Xander. But the wedges are concerned. That's where you make your birdies. So he doesn't typically thrive in the wedge fest that much, I would imagine. The driver historically has been an issue. What's it been up to the last little while? Better. Like he's both like, look at this profile. Phenomenal stuff. We bet Xander Schauffele for a top 20 mid-tournament, got all the way to 21st, and then just completely plummeted down the leaderboard in the wind. He's not a good win player at all, in my opinion. In my humble opinion. He's been flirting with crazy. It's been very good to see with the top 10s. The Century finished backdoor the top 10 there, but was in the final group. He was in the final group and didn't even finish, finished 10th. Then the American Express finished 3rd, came up flying up the leaderboard, shot a 63-65 to kind of get there, to finish 3rd. And then the Farmers just couldn't putt at the Farmers, I guess. Played nicely there, though. Finished 9th. Pebble, disaster, whatever. Then the Genesis finished 4th, and then I think he finished 25th this week. So that was brutal. Brutal stuff. Let us down big time in round 3. The approach play is interesting, man. Like the Farmers, he gained tons of strokes there because that's his jam. Those long irons, those mid irons. This week, we're going to see a very sporadic assortment of approach shots, and I don't know if I trust him that much. The putter bouncing back at the Genesis was good. What did he get up to on Bermuda greens this week? He's making putts here and there. I'm typing in Bermuda, not even Xander. He was neutral on the week. A little bit in round 1, a little bit in round 2, lost a bunch in round 3 in the wind, and then gained a little bit. Just was okay. What is his? And he's minus 110 for a top 20. Insane. Which makes sense. He's top 20 at a 68% clip. I think that's the second best in the field behind Scottie. So it makes a lot of sense, but I don't know. What's he got up to at this course? 2018 finished 2nd. Missed the cut, 19th. Hasn't been playing well. Yeah. Another uninspiring track record. Now, I know course history is not necessarily the most reflective of what we can expect, but we'll have to see. The chat's getting awfully quiet. Guys say hello, and then you kind of just hanging out over there. Let me know if you got any favorite golfers you want me to deep dive that I might not be getting to. If you don't see them at the top of the screen here, we might not be getting to them because I kind of just do the top of the model, but we will see. Okie dokie. So that's Xander Schauffele. I don't know. Neither inspires me right now. 52%, that's kind of, it is what it is. I don't know if I'm going to go there with him. We're going to kind of go somewhere else potentially. Rory's broken in a way. He's just so inconsistent right now. So inconsistent, man. It's kind of crazy. If you take a look at what he got up to this week, 21st, shot 4 over today, and gains. Yeah, Andy, I'm right there with you. You A-Rod on Twitter, dude. Okay, I'm with you now. It's interesting seeing the YouTube handles and the Twitter ones. So Rory, I mean, look at this approach play today. Lost hit in the water, obviously on 6. That was his worst shot of the day, but just couldn't get it together. The putting was back again. He's like leaning on the putter so much. He's just all over the place. And now, like Rory, let's pull up his shit because it's going to be bad with the wedges this year. Like he's shown up and forgotten. He's back to Rory with who can't hit a wedge. Since January 1st, let's take a look at from the fairway to that is bad. That is a lot of red and a lot of regression. So what are these little arrows here? These arrows mean show the change in stat during the selected time period compared to the player's 2-year baseline. So in the 42 shots Rory's hit, it's bad. His best thing is green regulations, which is 38th percentile. Everything else is 12th percentile or worse. Strokes gained, proximity. Holy cow. Bad. The last 12 months, still like not necessary. It's like 75th. But right now, can't figure it out. We're going to see a lot of shots from 150 to 200 as well. And Rory's also just hasn't, the approach play just hasn't been there. The last 12 months, better, but he's, and I don't know, like what has Rory got up to at this golf course? He's obviously 1 year, and that's it. He hasn't had better than a top 30 outside of the win at the Players. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. In his win at the Players, when he did win, he gained 5.3 strokes on off the tee. Wow. So he doesn't putt well, yeah? Hasn't putt. Woo. I don't know. And this is a fascinating thing because Rory hasn't had a top 20 to start the year. Another top 21 for Rory. If you've been betting him top 20, folks, I feel bad for you. Where's the model at you? What is his top 20 rate? It's pretty darn good. It's the same as his top 10 rate. Incredible. 63% of the time, but that is going to change again this week because we're going to add we're going to keep a rolling tab of this and it's going to go down. It's another top 20 miss. So that's 4 consecutive top 20s that he hasn't made. And look at the course history for the top of the board here. No one's ever played well here before, outside of Scottie, who's won. Interesting. Jack says he loves Collin Morikawa with the approach, and if he can putt, I think he has a shot. Yeah, I thought so too, dude. I looked at my card from last year. It was Tom Hoge, Collin Morikawa, Tony Finau, and someone else. And I'm just looking at that as like, what a bunch of losers. Like Collin, I don't know if he's going to win another big boy tournament again. Guy won over in Japan when no one was watching. That's like all he did. Okay, so what time did we start speaking about Rory? Probably 39 minutes? 38 minutes? We spoke about him for a while. Tony Finau, what are you doing in the top of the model, cuz? Maybe because we don't have that much putting going on. Maybe because we're looking at better baseline on Bermuda. Is he a better baseline Bermuda guy? Let's take a look. So the ball striking, obviously, for Tony through the freaking roof. Didn't play last week. Maybe he feels like this is a good chance for him to do some stuff. Great with the long irons. Doesn't hit a lot of good shots with 150 to 200. We got both him and Rory. I mean, look at that Rory stuff there. Gee whiz. Not good. But the wedges. Tony can flip a wedge in there and hit it. Like he's one of the best wedge players from a good shot perspective of all the guys at the top here. But again, we're not going to see that many wedges this week. It's like this is the range we want. I'm going to make it bold because that's where we want it to be beautiful. And Cantlay does well from there. Interesting. But also like the guy all of these guys are just concerning. The only person that's no longer an issue and may still be with the putter is Scottie. Cantlay, don't have confidence. Xander, what the hell? Rory hasn't finished inside the top 20. Tony, what have you done for us, brother? Let's take a look at Finau. I think he missed the cut here last year. No, He did. Yeah. Shot a 66 in round 3 to get to 20th. Wasn't doing anything before that. JT is probably another top 10 bet, A-Rod. I reckon that's the way to go with him. Ooh, you don't often see this. In 2020, he finished T125th. That would have been a miscut. So Tony Finau's best finish was last year, and that was 19th. Man, these good golfers do not like the players, do they? The approach play's never been good. He's historically been a very good approach player. And we just averaging 0.3 strokes on approach. Ooh, man, this is concerning. And now we're going to have to deal with a putter that Lord only knows what's going on there. It's been very bad. We had to go all the way to Mexico to find a week where he gained a quarter of a stroke over 4 rounds. That's easily one of his best putting performances in recent memory, because he didn't gain that in the 2 rounds he played on the Pete Dye course, at the American Express. At Torrey, in his 3 rounds, he lost a casual 3 strokes. At Pebble, he lost 4 strokes. At Riv, he lost 3.6 strokes. Disgusting. So nothing good this year from Tony, outside of the T6 at the Farmers, where he just complete. But Jesus, look at this iron play. Golly. He hasn't lost since the century. Tony Finau hasn't lost on a single round on approach. And the drive has been in the same realm to a degree. The ball striking for him has been so freaking good. But the course history, like, I'm assuming he must have been repping out these kind of profiles at some point entering these years. And the best we could do was a 19th last year. I don't know. Ay caramba. I'm not even making a note for Rory. I know, and Cantlay and Xander. I know exactly what they're up to. Tony, though, yes, Ricky. Okay, we'll dive to Andrew Novak after this. But Tony Finau, I want to make a note here. Recent form, ball striking, amazing. Putting, obviously bad. Course history, no better than T19. Jeez, dude. That's not good at all, eh? That's not good at all, Tony. We're going to have to figure that out. Okay, let's take a look at Andrew Novak. I would imagine, yeah, look how much he jumps up for upside. Goes from 49th in the model, which is safety is like a bit of a more of a long-term metrics, not really using as much upside. It's not using as much recent form. The upside, obviously, using the 75th percentile of recent form. So like guys that have just popped. Like we're just looking for guys that have popped. So approach play, putting, whatever the hell they've done well, we're going to get the 75th percentile of that in there. Basically the same stats like weighting for the model, but just using different metrics to put it in there. And that's what Andrew, yeah, I'll show you actually. So here's the actual model. You can like stop and pause if you want later, but 85% total stats, 5% history. If we go to like the upside / the win tab, let's go over here. And I think we might have to actually change this. Oh no, I've got it set up nicely. Okay, good. So we got 25% recent form. So that's going to be this year. We've got a bit more emphasis on approach play. We want to see that. And then what we're using for them on this one is we are going with the 75th percentile stuff. So not using their average, we're using their best, like, so for Kevin Yu, for instance, has had 17 rounds. We're going to use his 75th one is probably going to be what? His 5th best round, 5th best performance in each bucket or each range is going to be that. All these guys that don't have good stats here, it means they're not inside the top 150 right now in current strokes gained. So that's why that's there. So just a little fun fact for you in that department. Let's chat about Andrew Novak. 49 minutes in. Andrew Bojack Novak. So we've got, I know for a fact, we've got 3 consecutive, 2 top 8s and a 9th, I believe, for Novak. So he is a definite guy that you kind of want to make sure that you're taking a look at recent form, because he's been doing why am I doing this? all over the place. Novak. Been good. Been good. What's his player's situation? Okay, hasn't played well. So Novak, man, look at this. The ball striking's gets off to these hot starts and then kind of loses it over the weekend a bit, it looks like. I mean, if you take a look at let's just do the first 2 rounds of the last 3 starts. We're going to have almost 5 strokes gain total on approach there. Then we do the first 2 of Mexico and then the first 2 of PGA National. And once it tells us here, it's going to be delightful to look at. I mean, he's averaging in the that's good approach. The driver looks like it's figured its stuff out. I mean, he's driving the ball really smoothly, not gaining tons and tons, but not losing anything, averaging a quarter stroke off the tee in those 3 starts. And if we kind of just leave out of the Farmers there, whatever. Yeah, so just a like a fifth of a stroke. He's found something since he's gone to the waste management. The putter is fine. It's not like gaining him tons and tons of strokes. It's just popping here and there, losing him a bit every now and then. When it gets nervy, he starts to putt bad. So that's the problem with him in that department, which is understandable. But yeah, I think Novak's thing has just been struggling to kind of finish the deal. And I don't know about him doing it in this field. What's his odds? Let's take a look at Novak, yeah. I mean, I love him for a top 20. I think we can take plus 250 to 1 at FanDuel, according to Odds Checker. So that's potentially a situation. So if we're going to go to FanDuel, take a look at top 20s, yeah, for Novak. I love a plus 550. Let's make sure that he's a good course. I mean, what are we really going to even find out? I mean, we kind of just relying on the most recent situation, yeah. Historically, he's been a bad wedge guy. He gets better the further away we go, it seems. Interesting. Let's go to his profile on Data Golf and see what his situation has been this week. This year. I'm excited to see this. Hopefully it tells us some good stuff. Okay. Hits tons of greens in regulation. Nice strokes gained. Good. Like middle of the pack for January 2024 since then. Let me just say that again. For this year, in 2024 so far. 105 shots. He's played some golf. The last 12 months, 150 to 200, solid range. But we've got so many good golfers this week. You know, like 50th percentile. This is out of like everybody on tour. Go to the model. His strokes gained is 105th. You know, that's the thing, is we've got really good golfers in this field. And I don't know what have his three events have been: the Mexico, the Cognizant, and the Waste Management. You know, like being solid. He's been solid, but I don't know if he's got what it takes to like win a tournament like this. But also, these big boys haven't played well here. So plus 550 for a top 20 for Novak seems like something I would want to do. We'll have to wait and see what other odds come out for him, but plus 550 seem delightful. T20, very appealing. Okay. So that's the situation with Andrew Novak. Let's get back to the top of the board. Oh, Joanne asked about Hideki. Let's see what Hideki's situation is. Where the hell is Hideki? Where are you, Matsu? Why can't I see your name? Yeah. Ooh. Let's move that, delete that note. Okay. So Joanne likes him for a top 10. What do we think about Hideki? So we have the win, obviously, involved, but that's not even going to be incorporated in his top 75% because he's played 21 rounds of golf. So those 4 immaculate rounds aren't going to necessarily show up, and it was all 1 round. So let's take a look at Hideki. And also, his neck, Joanne, is starting to do some stuff again. It's a massive – he's going to have a WD before the Masters. Book it. First round this week. Like, how do you do that? How do you play professional golf? Like, this isn't the NFL. This is the PGA. The guy's out there walking around in feeling of only one leg on his body. Incredible stuff. And I mean, take a look at this. Like, entering the Genesis, nothing spectacularly good. The Farmers, he finished 13th. The thing is, it's all been around the green as well. Like, he has these inspired moments. He's averaging 1.25 stroke per round in the last the last 8 tournaments. If you go even further for this year, around the green place since the century, 3/4 of a stroke. That's ish. It's not good. The approach play started heating up a bit at Riv. I get it. But after a very bad first round, I mean, he gained 2 strokes total. Like, it's interesting. It's very interesting to see what he can do. The driver has been all over the place. Like, the accuracy's been everywhere. The distance is like, okay. And then if you take a look at what he got up, I mean, round 4 today, he just completely shit the bed again when it came to doing his stuff. Just take a look at Matsuyama's profile. Take a quick peek there. I think he ejected all the way out of, like, he was playing so well and then just completely pooped it. So yeah, this mid-range stuff, the mid irons, I don't know. There's not a lot to write home about. And I know he's played well at the Players 5th year. That was his last top 10 prior to the win at the Genesis. But he does seem to have better course history. He was playing well again in 2020, playing well in 2019, playing well in 2023, played well 22nd in 2017. So he's had a few miscuts. That's going to happen. I think you can't play this golf course without having miscuts. It just is how it is. We'll have to wait and see till we find someone that's had incredible course history here. But I don't mind that, Joanne. It's as long as Joanne, I think it's at your own risk. And the thing is, he's only had 1 top 10 in the last little while. Like, we're now approaching, the Players would have been in there. Now that we're going to the Players, if it doesn't happen, that top 10 falls away. Then this 9% for top 5, top 10, it turns into a 4% all of a sudden. So that's the thing with him. So I would not lean into that. But if you're in the mood, feel free. I don't know. I don't know how much he can scramble his way around this golf course despite playing well in the past. He does love this golf course. So there's that going on for you there. What the hell time did we start speaking about Hideki? And what the hell? We started speaking about Novak then. So let's go with Hideki. Probably like 54 minutes? Who the hell knows? All right. Geez, Max, what are you doing down here, buddy? Oof. But he started playing well again. I think I saw Max playing good golf this week. So we'll definitely have to chat about him. Byeong Hun. Okay. This might be our first bet of the week or of the show outside of the Tom Hoge bet that we have here. Let's look at Byeong Hun An is 90-1. This is going to get plummeted tomorrow. I'm telling you, there's a 45-1 at Caesars right now for him. Granted, whenever I've gone to a book, when I've gone to Caesars because I saw a nice number, it's been the wrong number anyway. Byeong Hun at 90-1. Cashed our top 10 for us this week. Let's go, Benny. Guys balling out. Did you see what let's do a little Byeong Hun appreciation here quickly. Take a look at what this guy got up to cash a top 10 for us today. Came from the dead. Look at this round. He bogeyed the final hole. He was on pace to have like the second best round of the day. He did have he was going to have the solo second best round of the day outside of Scottie. Gained a casual 5 strokes on the field. On approach. Look at this approach play. Scintillating. For the week, disgusting. Where did it go wrong for him? Round 2, round 3. What happened? Byeong Hun, let's figure out here. What's his actual full name here? Hun. There we go. Okay, so we had a round 3 where we must have had multiple water balls. And this is a quick little thing, folks. We've now moved ourselves to Florida, okay? We've got water everywhere. beware of strokes gained metrics misleading you. Go and you have to investigate, especially since we've come from PGA National and then Bay Hill. If a guy's played there twice, we'll try and find a few examples of that going into this. There's going to be games, there's going to be rounds that can, especially if you're using an average. So maybe if you're pulling like strokes gain data, I don't even know if most sites can do that, but like using a median versus a mean is the average, a median is the middle. So it's not going to be skewed by really bad rounds where, strokes gain stats conversation. Yeah, Darbo, you know you love this stuff. At these venues, we're going to have guys like Benny Arn's round here, where he went ahead and lost 4 strokes on approach. And if you take a look at where he did it, it was 2 holes. He lost 3.2 strokes on approach. Pretty much 3 shots. There was another half a stroke here. 3 shots he lost almost the 4 strokes that he lost in that round. And it was water balls, right? 16, there's water on that hole. I'm assuming he hit in the water there. 11, most likely hit in the water. Missed the greens, obviously, both times. You're not going to lose that many and hit the green. Hole 5, just hit a bad shot, most likely. But that wasn't even an approach. Where was the bad one? Hole 7, does that have water? But water is more than a stroke. That's what I'm trying to get at you, is water can really mislead you. Make sure if you see some really bad approach numbers, go in and check out his round-by-round stuff. We'll pull up some stuff here too. I mean, we're going to most likely see this from him. Yeah, I think so, Darbo. I think so too, dude. I think you have to make sure, especially for the Florida swing. With all this water, we're going to see some really bad things once we get to the PGA National Golf Course. But Benny Arn has played okay at this golf course in the past. I mean, he's made the cut pretty much every year since 2018 outside of one. So 1, 2, I guess 2020 he made it, whatever. So we had 3 out of 3 out of 4 made cuts, which is solid. All inside the top 40, none inside the top 20, whatever. Look at this approach play when he lost here, like just went to town. So we'll have to see what he can do, but lost. Holy cow. He lost 16 strokes to the field in the 2 rounds he played in 2021, coming out of COVID. Wow, Benny. So that's very impressive. But let's dive into this year. So we've got a 4th at the Century, a 2nd at the Sony. I was listening to Jai Adoni's podcast with Steve Bamford. Once you're done with this, go check out Preferred Lines with Joe Idoni and Steve. Great show as always. And they were speaking about how Joe kind of fancies guys from the Hawaii courses. I think Waialae is not a terrible comp course for this venue. The hazards off the tee, not so crazy, but I don't mind seeing what the guys in Hawaii did. And guess what? Benny Arn crushed it. And he didn't even really crush it that much off the tee. He just scrambled and putted his way around there. Back on these Bermuda greens, I like Benny Arn. You know, like take a look at what happened once we got to the kind of the West Coast there. We lost a bit of the putter. We were averaging almost a stroke lost per round. We had some 2 really bad ones. Hardly was ever gaining. And now we finally got back on PGA National, putted well there. He's never putted well in general, but at this golf course, if you take away those 2 bad rounds, he's positive putting at the Players. And Benny's never been a good putter, right? If you go pull up his historically, like if you pull up his career summary, we're going to see some stuff. Look here. Like the putting has never been good outside of 1 or 2 rounds, I guess, when he played on the PGA. Had one at the CJ Cup. He had 1 round. So that's not even a correct reflection of his stats. Look at this. The putting's been bad, but he's been average at this golf course. Now, take a look at the putting. It bounced back at the Cognizant, was very good on the Bermuda greens out at the Sony and the Century, had a bit of a wobble there. What did he do on approach on the greens this week? Was average, was fine, hanging in. Round 1, gained a stroke, lost a stroke. Round 2, average, like Nothing too crazy, which is fine. That's exactly what you're looking for. The ball striking can be masterful from him. And let's pull up his strokes gain stuff for this year, or even in general. Like we can do the last 12 months. It's going to be very good. Take a look here. Strokes gain from 150 to 200 for Benny. Phenomenal. Then we're going to go with the wedges. It gets even better from a good shot rate. He gets very aggressive, which is interesting. Hopefully he can hang the hat on the rack there at TPC Sawgrass and not like avoid a few more bad shots kind of thing. But the good shot rate is through the roof again. And that's this year. Like if we go over the last 12 months, solid stuff. I mean, look at this good shot rate. Look at the strokes gained. Very, very nice stuff from him there. But the thing is, like the green regulations and the poor shot avoidance has always been a thing with the wedges. He hits, but I guess he's aggressive. That's the thing, which I don't know if I like that year that much, but still, I like him. The last 12 months from 150 to 200, much better. So I think he plays better golf when he doesn't have a wedge in his hand. Seems like it's safer golf. And then look at the good shot rates from 200 and out. It's incredible. Ooh, we got our local hot streaker, emphasis on streaker, Altidak. If you aren't following Pterodactyl, by the way, on Twitter, on X, you're not in the mood to have a good time. He's been amazing, especially on the DP. I think you hit Eckroat last week, and did you have someone else on the DP World Tour that you also hit? Ridiculous stuff. I think you've hit multiple guys in the last few weeks. Great stuff there, Kev. All right, so Sam Burns, 25th on your model, melted down today. Thoughts on him? Okay, Ricky, we'll get to him here shortly. But I want to chat about Benny On. We're going to make a bet on him plus 9,000, 90 to 1. And I think Darius van Driel. Yeah, baby. Awesome. Congrats on that, dude. Awesome stuff. So Benny's been consistent too. Outside of the Waste Management Phoenix Open where he had some issues with the fans, all that stuff, we've had a second. Okay, let's go back to the Century. A 4th, 2nd, 31st, 66th. So he made the cut even at the WM, whatever. 16th at the Genesis, 21st at the Cognizant. What, 8th this week? 8th this week, I think. Or was it 9th? 8th. Awesome stuff. Oh, and by the way, we got paid out full for his T8 because we went to bet 365 tires paid in full. He finished T8 and it would have been split 3/4 of the way. So that was a great example. And that was a big top 10 number. So we got a really good situation there. So I love Benny On. Plus 9,000. I don't know if we're going to see a better number than that. Let's take a look at better odds. Better golf odds. They usually have their stuff out too. I think I owe him for a Wyndham, so I'm expecting a Venmo request from him at some point. But if you aren't using better golf odds and don't have like good access to golf betting odds, go to better golf odds. He'll help you out there. He's been amazing. Let's take a look here. He has the players. Let's see. Benny On should be pretty quick to get to. 60 to 1 for him. So please tell me that this odds checker is correct. Let's pull up. Where was this Benny On number? At FanDuel. Okay. We're betting him. We are betting Benny On. 90 to 1. There it is. You know what's going to be embarrassing is I'm going to have to actually put money in my account because of those. I had a very bad week. A very bad week. Oh, no. We got money. Okay. Good. What bets came in from that? We got our money back in here. Oh, Willie Z. Did we get... Oh, nothing. I just guess I have money in here. All right, whatever. Okay, Benny On. Let's do this. $5.55. Beautiful. $5.55 gets you $499.50. I like it. We don't want to win $500. We want to win $499.50. Boom. Benny On in the house here. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Beautiful. Our first live bet of the show. I love having odds out on a Sunday night. Granted, I wish they came out like only at one book kind of thing at like better golf odds where we could kind of take advantage of that. But who knows what these are kind of future markets as well. So they're going to get readjusted tomorrow morning, I'm assuming. Unless it looks like the actual FanDuel just brought that out like a normal slate, which is interesting. Cool. So Benny On. Forgot what time we spoke about him, and it was ages ago. But we were like forever ago spoke about him. Probably what, 59? Probably spoke about him for the last 10 minutes. Okay. 60. Lord knows. Whatever. We spoke about him forever. So I love Benny. Love Benny. If we take a look here, I mean, we've seen all this stuff. I'm not going to keep speaking about him. He actually putts a bit better on Bermuda as well. Okay. Who did I see a request? Oh, and Darbo said something here. Want to hear a funny story about strokes gained? The tour average with proximity is 38 feet from the hole. The baseline where 2-putt gained 0 strokes gained is 32 feet. Yeah. So what you're saying is 2 putts gained 0. So it's not a flaw in the system. It's just every time, on average, if you're hitting the green, you're losing strokes, or you're gaining strokes if you can 2-putt. Is that what you're trying to say, Darbo? I like it. It's interesting, isn't it? Putting, yeah, especially with the putting stuff. That's wild. All right, so someone requested a what? Sam Burns? Ricky wanted to chat about Sam Burns, yeah. Melted down to, yeah, I know. Absolute meltdown. Knocked one out of town on the first hole. Him and Max Homa both. It's not often you see two guys on the same twosome in the final round just jack one out of town. So, yeah, what, Sam? You said 24th in the model? 25th in the model. So I think he'd probably pop for the upside rank because that one bad round we had from him today won't be in the mix, and he was playing good golf leading into that. So I think we could expect some Sam Burns love to show up. And guess what, Ricky? I actually kind of fancy him here a bit more than I did last week. He's been top 20ing like crazy. That's been a great bet for you if you've been betting Sam Burns there, despite only doing it 52% of the time. He's gonna give you some really solid odds in that department. So let's take a look here at his top 20 number. I've been betting his top 20 a lot. Him and Tom Hoge. What is Tom Hoge's top 20 as well? Sam Burns plus 160. Ugh. Still not terrible. He's doing it 50% of the time. They're telling us it's only going to happen 38% of the time at plus 160. I wouldn't be surprised if Bet365 comes out with a bit of a better number there. But if you take a look at Burns, the top 5 percentage is, for an elite guy, hasn't really been finding that top 5 as much as we would like. So let's dive into him. We started speaking about Sam Burns at 72 minutes in. Max said this was his favorite 8th place of his career. He said it was a great. Yes. I think he's moving in the right direction, A-Rod. I really do. We'll get to Max Homa here shortly. Let's take a look at Sam Burns. Sam Burns, baby. It's been great golf recently. And I think if we go over to his also, by the way, this model so far, been very good. Been treating me well. He is very good with the wedges. Across the board for it to show up. Okay, just the moment I start saying the stuff's been working out well, it doesn't. Then we get to this range where from 150 to 200, like his mid-irons are very bad. So from 150, a pro probably hits a 9-iron, maybe a pitching wedge, depending. And then from 200, that's probably a 5-iron to a 6-iron, depending. For Sam Burns, I think 200 would probably be a 6-iron. So let's say from 9 to 6, he's actually very bad, like not good. And then we get to 200 and out, and it starts getting better again. Like we said, though, a third of the shots are going to be coming from 150 to 200. So let's take a peek at what he's done over the last little while, because maybe this year that range has figured itself out. Again, we're looking at a very small sample size, but I'm curious. So good, and then like good with the wedges, and then we're going to go 150 to 200. It's still this year hasn't necessarily been that good, but a bit better, but not actually. He's below average on the PGA Tour, 41st percentile. Yikes. And it's got worse over his last 2 years. Like, it was much better. The last 12 months, been bad. And then this year, I think it's even worse. Ooh, baby. I don't love the way you hit the 7-9 every day, Sam. But you know what? The thing is, the rest of his game has been fine. I mean, if you take a look here, the around the green play has been rough. It is what it is. Approach play also off the tee. He's been driving it so well and putting it well. And that's like his two biggest strengths. Easily his two biggest strengths. Strengths. Putts well. His Bermuda burns. Darbo, what are the surfaces this week? It's Bermuda, right? Or is there like a POA overseed? I hate it when we go to golf courses with overseeds. It just messes up the whole model. Like, it just does. But once Sam Burns makes it to the weekend, he starts dialing it in. Now let's take a look at Sam Burns' like recent track record. Take a look at this, folks. I mean, he was on pace for another top 20 until today's round. Let's just ignore the century where he finished 33rd. Since then, at the American Express, 6th. Pebble Beach, 10th. A very wedge-intensive golf course. Waste Management Phoenix Open, 3rd. Genesis Invitational, 10th. But the approach play, you know, it hasn't been the best. We're barely gaining there, 0.2. There's normally an overseed this time of the year. So what would you say, Darbo, is an overseed? Like, would you say, what does an overseed make this golf course then? Would you just say, just stick to putting stats, like actual, like just baseline putting stats for all surfaces? Or would you say, I don't know, POA Trivialis overseed? So that's not POA. It's not strictly POA. It's a POA that's like a bit more bent grassy in a way. It's not as grainy. I don't know. I mean, typically these greens seem to putt very smooth. So Bermuda putting would be pointless. Okay, well, let's go and change that then. I'm just going to change it to then just everything. Just putting. Yeah, so a bit more benty in a way. Maybe that's why Bez likes it over here. So we'll just go to a bit of that. So some strokes gained putting in general, some 5 to 15 feet in general, and then let's just do some recent putting. Why the hell not? Okay, so let's get Bermuda out of the mix there. Glad we figured that out halfway through the show, yeah? So it's not Bermuda Burns situation, but what has he got up to at this golf course? Played here quite a few times. T98 in 2020 when COVID ended the round. Missed the cut the year after. T26 in 2022 and then T35. So again, another top-tier talent here that doesn't have repeated success at this venue. Putted very well here last year. Not very well. He putted consistently. Okay. We'll have to see. Again, look at the approach play. At Sawgrass, as Sam Burns has averaged 0 strokes gained. So I don't know if this is a venue for him. He is playing good golf. It's a bit of like, he's not going to fit the model. He's not going to fit what this course makes sense to do, but he's playing good golf right now. And any overseed on greens means the whole green is that grass. It isn't like some sort of, it's not like splotchy. It's interwoven by the blades, essentially. Okay. I'm with you. Cool. That's probably one area of my golf analysis that I not struggle with, but I'm not nearly as good as I would like to be, is with grass. I'm better at other grass situations. I'm just opening a random tab just while I'm talking about bullshit. Let's find out what's going on. Okay, so Sam Burns I don't know if I gave you an answer there, Ricky. I gave you some good. I gave you some bad. Like, he doesn't suit this course from the 1/3 situation, but I love his wedges. I love his long irons. We'll have to see what goes on there. Oh, you went to school for it. Okay, cool. So yeah, we're in good. I think I remember that now. Okay, so Sam Burns. Also, Darbo, you got to send me maybe we can settle on a top 20 or on a case of Keystone bet this week. I think I missed your show last week. I was exhausted. All right, so Sam Burns, he's playing good golf. Plus 160 is intriguing. Again, nothing to show us that he's played well in the past, though. Like, wow, he's played okay. Ludvig, let's see. Is this like an RSM comp? Not enough water, I don't think, but similar kind of a layout. Ludvig's got some guys. Here's my Ludvig take. We're going to have to wait and see what this guy can get up to in these big boy events. I'm going to pull up his course history, his record now for the last little while and see what he can do. But elevated events are a concern, yet to see any good upside on difficult courses, Ludvig. He finished third at Pebble, where, guess what? They were like 17 under par through the first few rounds. He's a much better mid-iron player, but also not necessarily the best iron player in the world. Take a look here. So the Genesis, he finished 19th. Remember, there's only like 60, 70 people in that field. Yeah. And he had to do it by shooting a 68 in the final round. Was never, ever looking like he was going to contend. So had a really solid round in round 4 to kind of get there. Then the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, what did these guys get to? 17 under par through 3 rounds. Obviously played well there. Then the Farmers finished 9th. Okay. So a course that should fit his kind of style, he finished 9th at. And didn't even really dominate off the tee. We've seen like Jon Rahm at the Farmers just absolutely dismantle that golf course. We're kind of comparing him to Rahm, aren't we? What did Rahm get up to at the Farmers? Look at that. Off the tee, gained a full stroke. Okay, I'm kind of splitting hairs. But for as elite as he's been, Ludvig hasn't averaged over a stroke per round yet. Like, we are speaking about incredible driving ability that we saw like this. Yeah, look, 2023 at the RSM, gained 1.5 strokes. Then at Omega, whatever, at the Wyndham, 1.3 strokes he gained. At the Scottish, went incredible. We'll just call that 2 rounds of golf, whatever. John Deere, 0.9. The Rocket Mortgage, 1.25. The Travelers, 1.17. RBC Canadian, 1.43 per round. Like, we're seeing massive plus 0.9s in 1, 2, 3. Call that a missed one. There's two rounds, 2 tournaments in his entire 2023 start where he didn't gain 0.8 or better. Then we go to 2024 and he's only gained 0.85 as his best round. What did he get up to this week? I don't know. He's like the shine he's wearing off. Am I jumping to conclusions here? Ludvig. Let's take a look. What did he get up to? So where is he here? 25th. Had his best driving performance in round 4. The event, 0.45. What is he getting up to? Lost off the, what is he doing? What is the situation with him? We've got a problem. We've got a problem developing. In round 4, only hit 57% of his fairways, 64, 57. Let's take it. Let's compare him to Scottie. We're comparing him to these elite guys. Scottie hit 71% of his fairways today, was just dialed. Yesterday, 42%. But Scottie, off the tee this week, gained 1.15. Sorry. So where did that put Ludvig in the whole grand scheme of things? Off the tee. 13th. Okay, not terrible. But what are we doing, dude? Where are the long irons? 48th in the field there. Just, it was all putting. He's relying on the putter to get it done. And that's what happened at Pebble. Look at the putting. He gained 3 strokes putting in those 2 rounds that we had metrics on. And around the green, another 2.5 strokes. So 5.5 strokes in 2 rounds of golf, short game. It wasn't necessarily the ball striking that did it for him. So that's my thing. I don't know what is going on with this guy. He's just not showing up despite dominating in the fall. I'm so perplexed by him. Does it also include Sam? If I could just click his name. I also have to add a timestamp to him. Oh, we actually did add it. 5 minutes to speak bitching about Ludvig. God damn. The approach play at the Genesis was okay. Didn't really like. He's not losing tons and tons every now. I guess Hawaii was not good to him at all. Yeah, and but I don't think we're taking a complete tangent. But hey, this is the research show. I can do whatever the hell I want. Yeah. Let's take a look at the schedule. So the schedule for this year, and I don't know what he's playing. So he's going to be playing the Players, the Valspar. Does he play that? Maybe. The Texas Children's Open, Texas Chainsaw Children's Houston Open. Maybe he plays. That would be another course. I think that's at Memorial Park Golf Club. That's like where Tony's won. Elite drivers win there. I think that would be a good fit for him. I don't know about the Valero. Valero's got a lot of danger off the tee. But the thing with him is he's like, his stuff is, he's like accuracy hasn't been there this year. Like if you take a look at last year, there was like a lot of spike accuracy rounds. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him. I don't think he's obviously played at the Players before. What are his odds? I'm not going to ever bet him to win. I think he kind of luck boxed his way. Not luck boxed his way, but was riding immense confidence going into an RSM that didn't have any big names. I won't be betting him to win a tournament with the big boys. And I bet you, what is he? 35-1. We're starting to see those odds drift, eh? Starting to see those odds drift for him. Remember, he was like sub-20s at all these tournaments to start off with. So maybe that's the time. Like, I was never going to bet him at that, but I don't think I'll even go to him now. We're going so far down the freaking model till we find guys. Who's the only person we've bet so far? Byeong Hun An. That's fine. Justin Thomas almost did that thing again where he wins from behind. Let's speak about Justin Thomas here, 87 minutes in. His situation has been getting much better. Like Justin Thomas of old is, so this is the thing with his model, is anything for the last 12 months might not be as reflective, which is surprising that he didn't show up for upside, yeah. Because I'd expect his upside numbers to be better than his baseline numbers. But around the green, he's been amazing. The putter has been letting him down again. And I think it let him down again this week. As he started flying up the board, things were looking good for JT. And then it kind of went south. Oh, we've got the live tournament stats here. Where's Justin Thomas? Finished T12. We bet him for a top 5 after round 1 in the wind. Was looking good. Didn't perspire. What am I trying to say? Didn't transpire. Here's Justin Thomas, 30th in the field in putting. When did it go wrong for him? Okay. Round 1 putting, 44th in the field. Round 2, 38th. Round 3, 11th. Had a nice... He putted well in the wind. It just could like... And the thing was, in round 3, this was a wedge. I think he had a wedge into 8, missed the green. Like all of these bogeys, he had like 150 yards or in or less and was missing the green. He's like a really good green player, a good wedge player. Struggled. And then 37th. So like just hasn't figured it out in like non-windy conditions. So I don't know how windy it's going to be again at the Players this week. Justin Thomas's odds are 25-1 over at Caesars, apparently 20-1. DK 22-1 at FanDuel. I think he's a live bet. Absolutely. I don't think I'll ever bet him going into the week. I don't mind him for a top 12, a top 10. Jesus, that's going to come back and haunt us, isn't it? Don't mind him for a top 10. He's actually been doing it quite nicely. Let's pull up his stuff, yeah. Maybe we can try and get through a few guys. I'm just jibber-jabbing like crazy today. Okie dokie. I do have to do something at some point and take a quick little break for a few minutes later, but we'll see when that happens. I actually just need to send a text message off here quickly. 2 seconds. Well, Justin Thomas has played at the Players, obviously won it, but he came back from the dead. He was 2 under par through the first 2 rounds, 7 strokes in that Saturday round. That's the thing with him, man. He can just do his thing. All right. Putting a Jeff Feinberg here on my phone on the show. But then since that players win, 33rd, 60th, like again, we've got another guy. But now this is one of the more, this is going to be funny, right? Because he's made the cut here in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 consecutive cuts since 2017. Is it even longer than that? Let's take a look here. I think he's like exceptionally good around this golf course. Obviously made the cut on the number when he won the Players' Championship. So he hasn't missed a cut. He's finished 3rd, 24th in 16 and 2015. So he's the first guy that really shows up here with sticky personal course history. Not a lot of like exceptional results, but to make the cut seems very impressive at this golf course. At some point, that's got to end. But the ball striking's been solid for JT. He had a few of the snappies this week, I guess. Hit 3 golf balls in the water on hole 11. I don't know how you can do that as a person. Like, there's an obvious layup number short of the water. Why are you just not hitting it short of the water? He's like taking iron and taking on the water to take an extra 15 yards off his next shot. Just lay it up short of the water. Like, what are him and Bones doing? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. He lost at least 3 shots on that hole because of his tee shots. Like, dumb shit. Dumb shit. Ugh, what on earth? The weighted proximity numbers are amazing for him. The good shot rates from 150 to 200, good. Strokes gained with the wedge, good. You know, I think if we take a look at his recent numbers as well, that's where we're going to really see some jumping over his like baseline. So from the fairway, it's been okay, I guess. The wedges been good, but he's hit some really bad shots as well, like the green regulations with the wedges, bad. And the long irons have been exceptionally bad this year. Like hitting a lot of greens, but not hitting a lot of good shots. Very interesting. He's typically been a very good long iron player, but the wedges are still there over the last 12. What are they doing over the last little while? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Like, he's playing good golf, but the putting, the last little while, last strokes putt, I mean, it's been bad. We saw good putting for the one day at the American Express. Got another good round at the Scottsdale course, TPC Scottsdale, and that's it. That's the only 2 times Justin Thomas has gained putting in the 10 rounds to start the year. What did he do last week? Did he gain? Did it gain? So he gained fractionally. So he had 1 round where he gained again, basically. So he's had 3 rounds, and it was in round 3 with the wind. So he's only had 3 rounds in the last 14 that he's gained strokes putting. Dude, 2 steps forward, ball Abdul. Yeah, exactly. I think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's got him with the hook shot. Like, anytime he just gets hooked back and just can't figure stuff out. That's like the only basketball reference I really know. So that's interesting with Justin Thomas. Very interesting with Justin Thomas. In those tournaments, though, 6th, 12th, 3rd. Then he finished 12th again today in a big boy field. I don't think I'm too concerned about him there. But, like, I don't know. Like, the way he's playing right now, top 20 feels a bit better. And I don't know. Ooh, plus 110 for a top 20 on JT at a golf course that he's made the cut at his entire life. Interesting. Let's pencil that in. Not going to bet it yet. We're going to wait for better numbers. Kind of also wait for the tee times to come out and then go from there. But JT is perplexing to me. I can't say I'm super excited about him. Obviously, someone we've spoken about up top in this model is going to play well. Who the hell is going to be? We don't know. But I'm not looking to bet any of these guys exceptionally hard outside of Byeong Hun. And by the way, let's see what Byeong Hun's situation is for top 10. He is going to be plus 650, plus 700 for a top 10. who, by the way, if you've done top 5 and top 10 bets on him, he's won you money in the last 12 months. 15% rate of return for the top 10 for Byeong Hun An, and then he's done it like 22% of the time. Add another top 10 to that now after this week. So plus 700 for a top 10 for Byeong Hun An is 100% going down this week. Okay. All right. Let's move on to our next guy, Jason Day. J Day. What are we doing here? Jason Day. 135, so that's 95 minutes. I'm doing a lot better converting times to minutes here. Okay. Jason Day. What did he do last week? As in today. E36. Uninspiring stuff. He played well. He's like a round one guy. And I think that's what it shows in his stuff. He plays well in round one and then just completely forgets to play golf for the rest of the week. Yeah, I guess it's average, but what are we doing, bud? I can't say anything about him excites me. He's very good out the rough. He's, I think, a player's winner in the past. Always good shots with the wedges, but hasn't been hitting good wedge shots at all. Like he's mediocre there. Mid irons are ass. Long irons are ass. Like, what has his recent iron performance been like? 29th in the field, okay. Been all short game around the green for him. Same thing with JT. What is Jason Day's situation? This might be a very quick little deep dive. It's going to be a shallow dive on Jason Day. Was one of the only, him, Cantlay, and Xander were the only three people inside the top 20 or inside the top 10 to lose strokes. So just like zero commitment to playing good golf. 10th at the Century, whatever. But again, final round, not good. Take a look at the final round at the Pebble Beach. I mean, I guess he flew up the leaderboard in round 3, potentially was going to shut it down his leg in round 4, did it again at the Genesis. Like, it's not inspiring. Like, was neutral today, shooting +1. Cool. I don't have anything to say. I don't have much more to say about him. Outside the fact that he's finished very well here in the past. Oh, boy. Why are we gonna glom on to course history with Jason Day? Is that what we're gonna do? He's done it around the greens. That's been what he's done it with. And this is again, outside of the cut in 2022, made a lot of cuts. And we haven't seen guys to make too many cuts. And we haven't seen this many top 10s, even with Justin Thomas. Like, that's 3 top 20s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 top 20s in his last 5 starts at the Players. What's his top 20 number? Maybe we just bet Jason Day for another top 20. An uninspiring top 20. +180 for a top 20. He top 20s at a 41% clip historically. Okay. Can handle that. Says 30. So he got a 5% edge, and the model kind of likes him from an upside situation. Interesting. Okay, so if we went from a shadow dive to potentially betting this guy for a top 20. We'll see what other numbers. Maybe we get a +200. But also, that's so risky. Like 36th here. Like, no one inspires confidence. This is probably going to be another long shot card. God damn. Okay, Wyndham Clark. 199. Obviously finished second. Didn't have a top 5 bet on him. Why not? That's gross neglect on my side. So I don't know why I didn't have a top 5 bet on him, especially at like 60-1. Should have had a top 5 bet. I had a top 5 on Willie Z. Didn't have a top 5 on Wyndham. Finished second. We literally get nothing back in return for that. So that's not good. That's not good. The thing is, man, putting out so much content and working full time and shit, like the struggle's been real. If anyone listening out there wants to employ me full time for golf, let me know. I'll gladly have a discussion with you. So the Genesis, Clark, we bet him top 30 at the Genesis at like minus 150. Missed the cut. Missed the cut. And then we bet him like we've bet this guy wrong so badly. At the Players, what has Wyndham Clark got up to? Missed the cut in 2 consecutive appearances. After essentially 2020, he was also going to miss the cut. And then last year, 27th. Did it all off the tee. Jesus. Gained 2.25 strokes in round 2 off the tee. Gained just shy of like average 1.2 strokes off the tee. For Wyndham Clark, that's incredible. Must have been, and it wasn't even like he was hitting nukes. I think he was just hitting 3 woods and 3 irons probably. Hit an average of 70% of the fairways, which is pretty darn good. So that's like interesting. Now the thing is, I don't know if I like his, like he wasn't playing, obviously didn't hit well in the last few starts, and I don't know how. I don't think I like his wedge play at all, but maybe his mid irons are good. Yeah, look at very bad wedge play, whatever, but the mid irons from 150 to 200, very good, and the 200 plus. So from 150 and out, let's go here. So like 62% of his shots, essentially, he's very good from. Are we going to go back to him? Wyndham Clark plus 160 for a top 20. What is his best number out there for a outright? Still very disrespected. 40-1 over at Caesars. 35-1 at the 2 big boys. What is better golf odds have him at? All the way down at W's. 35-1. What did we say the other 2 guys were? 35. So 35 is we went from getting 60s this week to 35s now. 40 at Caesars. Is that even available right now? Let's take a look. I don't have Caesars on my computer. I only have it on my phone. Okay, Wyndham Clark. I mean, it's making a lot of sense. He can putt well. He's very good with those mid irons, very good with the long irons. Hit his tee balls very well here last year. And it's looking good for him. So let's take a quick look at future bets for Wyndham Clark. Is there 40 still out there for him? 33. Odds Checker needs to get their stuff together. They're giving us false hope over here. So 35, maybe. Okay, we're going to do a quick little break here. But I'm going to, before I do that, just make sure that I remember to maybe take a look at if we find a better number on Wyndham Clark. But until then, I'm going to kind of just give you guys I'll give you some nice fun stats to stare at. What do you guys want to look at? There's some solid stuff there. Yeah, and you can improve his life. I know people were freaking out about that. All right, I'm going to be back. Here's the model for 2 seconds. I'll be back in a touch. Take a peek at some other guys you kind of want to take a look at. Yeah. We're back. Okie dokie. So you can improve his lie, blah, blah, blah. We spoke about all that stuff. Look at this top 40 rate for Wyndham Clark. 79%, man. He's so consistent. So consistent. And the putting has been like wishy-washy. He putted well last week. Maybe that keeps going. I mean, 35-1 isn't like he's the first guy that actually kind of we like. Look at this weighted good shot rate. Third in the field in weighted good shot rate. Delicious. Will wedges be damned, whatever. And then kind of just lean into these mid irons and long irons. Like that's looking really good. The par 5 scoring is going to be good for him. He's 8th in the field in that. So that's, I think I like this a lot. So when did Wyndham Clark come out not the closet, but come out to party? He won the Wells Fargo Championship in Quail. So let's take a look and see at his like profile because he wasn't even playing good golf yet and still finished what? 27th? Like this is when he started showing up a little bit. 2022, 2023 was his year. So the Wells Fargo, take a look here. Beautiful. So we had the RSM, all of the stuff in the fall swing, random tournaments there. 10th at the Waste Management. 24th at the Mexico, and then won at the Wells Fargo, won the US Open. Played well. Like I guess yeah. Look at this. Like he's been so inconsistent, but maybe after this week we get a bounce back. At 35-1, I don't want to like I don't want to bury myself. Let's do this. Yeah. Let's look at all our dweebs from last week. Okay. So what we've got Tom Hoge at 100. At 100. We got Benny On at 90. We got Wyndham potentially 35. So is there like, let's take a look at the odds board, yeah. There's no one. Willie Z, I don't know if this course suits him. Max Homa, potentially 25 to what happens if we do Max Homa? Yeah, 25 and then another 25. And then we can do another 50, 60, 70. So this is the magic number here. This is like we want it to be 7 because this means we're getting the 7x return on our investment, which means we only have to hit one winner in every 8 starts. If we go Wyndham Clark, we can still bet 225-1 guys and a 70-1. Or I don't see myself betting Hideki. I don't see myself betting Collin. I don't see myself betting Viktor right now, despite how well he suits this course at 22-1. Maybe Viktor just based off that number, but the game seems lost right now. So we're going to leave that alone. Let's just pretend like we've bet those guys so far and see how the card unfolds. Let's see how the card unfolds. Not a lot to like at the top of the board again, which is not good. I don't like that, but we've been solid. I mean, we had Willie Z and Wyndham Clark. We had Jake Knapp. We had Sahith at the Waste Management. Had he played in the better wave, we probably would have seen what he could get up to. Okay, but let's actually go to Sungjae Im. And let's speak about, I think, at about 105 minutes or so, we did a bit of a build the card review. And now let's go to Sungjae. Don't think I'm going to bet him outright. I don't. It's just like he doesn't win, and like the top 5 market has been atrocious for him, even when he was playing good golf. But I don't mind Sungjae for like a top 20 or something. Take a look. Let's dissect this market. Why are we like this? We've got weird odds going on here. Okay. Oh, maybe it like whatever. Okay. So Sungjae's 7th in the model all of a sudden. So we're going to roll with that. Why? Not because of anything recent at all. It's mainly got to do with his impeccable accuracy off the tee and his weighted good shot rate, which is what? Very good either side of the 150 to 200 bucket. Interesting. So he's so good on these shorter courses. Gains the 3rd most strokes off the tee on courses shorter than 7,200 yards. Let's take a look and see what else we like about him from a granular perspective and see what was going wrong. Just everything about his game seemed like it was just not firing, and we actually finally got some good situation. Dude, absolutely. He's like 1,000% back from his back surgery. I think he's complete. I mean, he's played the Genesis, he's played the Farmers, and he's played Bay Hill. Those are 3 courses that are big boy courses with at least 2 of them thick rough. And if you don't have your shit together with your back out of the thick rough, it's going to flare up. And he's survived them now and played good golf on all 3 occasions. So I love that. The Wyndham thing is he's better than 3 to 4 names above him. Yes, he's mispriced. He's mispriced. And the thing with Wyndham, we usually always do this. Let's do this as well. I like to do this every now and then. We do it with Sahith usually, and we'll probably land up doing it again, with him. We go to the last 100 rounds and see who pops for, like, here's Sungjae. Why is he all weirdly colored? We're going to see what Wyndham's situation is when it comes to, like, spikeability. So he has his total, and this is what I'm saying about medians and means. Is a median is the one, like his 50th middle round. A mean is his average. So that's kind of what I'm getting at with these Florida courses. Is you never want to like for instance, look at Scottie. Yeah, his average, which would be 50%, essentially what some people would imagine. His average round is 2.8 strokes gained, but his median round, which is his 50th best round, is 3.1. So 0.3 better, just based off mean. So he must have had 1 or 2 really bad rounds in the last 100. And that's what's skewing that average. Whereas his middle round is actually very, very good. So let's take a look here. Wyndham Clark, let's make him bold and beautiful. And make him a different color as well so we can see that nicely. So if you take a look at Wyndham Clark's mean, he's 1.2. So his average strokes gain is 1.2. His median is the same. It's basically 1.2 as well. Interesting. If you take a look at his spike percentage, so his median, is it filtered by median here over the last little while? So his median is the 28th best out of all of these guys in the top 150 in strokes gained, including John Rahm and some other guys that aren't even playing this week. So Tyrrell Hatton, all those guys are in here. We'll update it when Data Golf drops the actual field. But Wyndham Clark, 28th in median. So like his 50th best round is 28th in the field. If we take his 75th percentile, he jumps up a few spots to 23rd. So jumps 6 spots. And then if we go like elite upside, his 5 best rounds, it's not anywhere close. So, okay. That's kind of the situation there. So he jumps up a little bit for his like little upside rank here. What, if you take away some people like, wow, take a look at Minwoo Lee. Interesting, hey? We'll probably be betting him this week again. Jesus. I hate the guy, but I like him as an option at this golf course in particular. We kind of FOMO bet him last week. Okay. Dustin, I guess, is in the mix there. Tom Kim, interesting. Moving back to what we were speaking about here. Who the hell's this? Sungjae Im. Take a look at this course history. 6th, 17th, 55th, and a miscut. That's better than what we've seen from these top guys. We've got 2 top 20 performances in the last 3 years. 3 of the last 3 have been made cuts. He putted like shit when he missed the cut there. That was cost him. All good. He's driver. Again, like that's what gets it done for him, yeah. Drove it poorly when he finished 55th, but in the last little while, he was also playing quite nicely in 2020 again. So that would have been another potentially made cut. He's averaging 0.65 strokes on the field with some really bad form in 2022. If we take away 2022, we're averaging 0.114. So over a stroke off the tee in these 2 better performances. And that's good to see. What has he been up to lately? Not very good off the tee at all. But leading into let's just go this year. This year off the tee, he's gaining 0.2 strokes off the tee. The accuracy has been all over the place. Like the driver in the last 10 rounds is hitting only 50% of his fairways. Like Sungjae is a very accurate driver. 50% is well below tour average, I'd imagine. What is tour average? Let's take a quick tangent over there. Strokes gained off the tee, tour average, driving accuracy. Alexander Bjork's hit 75% of his fairways so far. In 2023, the average driving percentage was 59. So yeah, that's like 5%, 9%. Way below that. But let's take it. So Sungjae looks like he popped right back up this week, which is very intriguing to me. So not going to bet him outright, like we've said, but we don't mind him for, look at this, T18. And he couldn't putt again in round 4. Yikes. But Sungjae, the approach play was solid. And the driving, whatever, was round 1 was good. Round 2 was very bad. Holy heck. Round 3, better. Round 4, okay. The approach play, though, in every single round was relatively okay. So that's good to see. Speaking of Sia. Have you already covered that Finau 5,050 to 1 is disrespectful? We've already spoken about Tony Finau, Sia. I may have even made a note on him. Let's see what the note was on Tony Finau. I think Tony Finau, yeah, he has the note. What did we say about Tony? It should show up, yeah, at some point. Got to go all the way across so we can see it. Okay. Recent ball striking, amazing. Putting is bad. Course history. But he hasn't finished better than 19th at this golf course here. Now, I understand that, 50 to 1 is disrespectful. The putting has been very bad. I don't know, man. The ball, that can bounce back at any given moment. But also, this is like, the Tony Finau blueprint is picking on those poor little baby fields. This is the strongest field in golf, remember? All right, back to Sungjae Im, who made a jump in the model mid-show to 7th. What about his odds is appealing? So we're not even going to look at his outright odds because we're never going to bet that guy. But he is plus 230 for a top 20. And if we take a look at his history here, we've got a top 6 and a top 17. Boom, chakalaka. I don't mind that. What has he historically done from a top 20 rate? 40% of the time. We'll take it. But look at this T5 rate. Just no upside for him. And the same goes for Tony. Look at this, Sia. In the last 12 months, Tony Finau, 5% of the time only finishing inside the top 5. 14% of the time he's only finishing inside the top 10. What is going on? But I guess that, if you kind of want to bet the 50, bet the 50. But you're on your own there from my side of things. I've been very bad at fading people. I said Minwoo Lee was the worst price on the board at the PGA National, and he finished 2nd. So, take that with a grain of salt. But Sungjae Im at plus 230, did we say? Where the heck is his name? Sungjae plus 230. Yeah. For a top 20 is not bad whatsoever. That's a 30% implied probability. He's done that over the last 12 months, 40% of the time. And a lot of the last 12 months have been very bad golf. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pretty much 6 of his first 7 starts have been non-top 20s. So that goes to tell you that in his 25 events, it's not good. But if you go before that, when he was playing good golf, maybe he's back to playing good golf again because he plays good golf on his Florida courses. Let's find Sungjae, yeah. If we pull up his 2023 stuff, you're going to see incredible consistency. No upside, but incredible consistency. Boom. 24th at the Rocket, 20th at the Open, 14th at the Wyndham, 6th at the FedEx St. Jude, 7th at the BMW Championship, 12th at the Zozo. Prior to that, Wells Fargo, 8th. RBC Heritage, 7th. The Masters, 16th. 6th at the Players, 21st at the API. So, like, look at this. Look at the stretch of consistency here. This is incredible golf. And we see, like, the results really start getting good here in the Florida region. So I don't mind going to him at plus 230 at all for old Sungjae. We'll kind of keep an eye on that price tag. If we found something good, I think also DFS love Sungjae this week. Whatever his price, it was 8,000 last week, which is still pretty steep considering how bad he was playing entering the week. Well, he'll probably be 8,000 again, 84, 85 maybe this week. I don't know. Model loves him. Cool. Let's do it. All right. So next up on the little chat here is Matthieu Pavon. Model loves him for the upside. He's doing phenomenal work there, obviously. Don't have nearly enough baseline to rank him that well. But I think if we do go to, we like him. And I've always adjusted his stuff. So we'll do a live Maniac adjustment here. Got to click a million buttons to get there, but we'll get there. And when we get there, we're going to change Matthieu Pavon into a golfer that we kind of appreciate. So yeah, he is over here. So we must have changed some we changed the Bermuda putting settings to just baseline settings. That's what's up. And that's what changed Sungjae's situation up a bit too. So let's filter on these guys, get them in the right order here. And then what I like to do is just take the last 24 rounds, filter on that. Then you can get a feel for where Matthieu Pavon is. And guess what? He's sitting here at 2.2, like he's 4th in the field. So 54th ain't the right number for him whatsoever. And his power ranking is 0.47. So let's add a full 1 point to that and see where it takes him to 7th. So that's much more believable in my opinion. Let's now re-power rank it here and see where he kind of fits in. So Matthieu, and also it's really, really small here. Sorry, folks. So he has Matthieu now behind Collin, amongst Sungjae, amongst JT. Look at this top. Like the top of this board is pretty bereft of talent, isn't it? Or at least like good like killer instincts here. But I don't mind him there. He's been playing great, and I think he suits this course better than he does like a Big Bay Hill. I think he outplayed himself at the Farmers to win that tournament. I feel like he played very nicely outside of a few water balls at PGA National. I don't mind him whatsoever at this golf course. Let's take a look at what his situation is. We're going to hide a few of these things. Don't need these yet. Makes it difficult to skip along. Ooh, what was that? That was ages ago. What card was this? The BMW Championship. Little trip down memory lane there. Okay. All right. So let's take a look here at Matthieu. So he jumps backwards now in the upside. Interesting. And that even includes, I think you will have that the Maniac Override also jumps there too. Because I think it comes in from the previous one. What's going on here? Not filtering on me. The model's doing some weird stuff. We're taking a complete tangent here, folks. There we go. All right. And do we have any? Don't have any of that here. Blah, blah, blah. All righty. Whatever. Let's just move along here. We'll figure it out. So Matthieu, he's been playing great golf. All that jazz, you know that. His strokes gain stuff's not going to come in that well because it doesn't register yet. Doesn't have enough rounds. But the around the green play has been his biggest deficiency. Off the tee also. But his accuracy, not very good. But I guess in the last few rounds on these shorter courses, he's gained incredibly well. So there's a lot to, like, he doesn't model out well because of, like, his lack of stats. That's the problem. But the approach play and the putting, he's been playing great. What did he get up to last week? Let's take a look there. We need to pull up his data golf. Matthieu Pavon. My water. So that's 2024. Look at this putting. Look at this approach. I mean, it's been gaining in every department. The accuracy has been solid, you know, outside of the cognizant, whatever, had a few bad holes. It is what it is. We're going to see. I love the approach play. I love the putting. Let's take a look at his actual, like, iron metrics here. Yeah, I love him, Ricky. I love him. So since January 2024, it's been great. Doesn't hit a lot of good shots, but the strokes gained with the mid-irons in the 88 shots he's hit so far, looking good. With the wedges, not the best. That's okay. We're not going to see too much. We like Wyndham Clark for that very reason. And then the mid-irons are okay. Like, they're fine. Not amazing. But the long irons are okay, fine, not amazing, but okay. The mid-irons from 150 to 200 are very good. He avoids poor shots so incredibly well. Like, holy cow, 98th percentile in poor shot avoidance in 88 shots. So it doesn't have a lot of shots where with the mid-iron he's losing over half a stroke, which is good around the players. You know, there's a lot of potential for disaster there. And if you can hit a third of your shots are coming from that range and you're not hitting a lot of bad ones, that's good. So that's very good. What is his odds? I don't mind him again. I don't mind him again at all. I think he's a very intriguing prospect. Let's see what he's... I think he's probably going to be like 60 to 1 or something. He's 150 to 1. Is that correct? We'll be betting him top 20 if he's that number. Like, we'll bet it right now. I don't care. I don't know what bet 365 will drop. Yep, 150 to 1. Oh, my God. We're doing it. We're doing it, folks. He's going to win another tournament. I mean, he's playing good golf. He's playing good golf. He's playing good golf. Obviously hasn't played at the Players before. Look at this start. The Sony finished 7th. I mean, that's a great comp course for him. Gained on approach, gained with the putter pretty much every single round. Then finished 30 to go and do, wins the next week. Gaining lights out on approach again, gaining lights out with the putter. Goes over to the Cognizant. Oh, and guess what? He finished 3rd at Pebble, another very kind of compy course. Short, compy kind of situation there. Then we go to PGA National, and we have some issues where I think in each round he hit his ball in the water. That's never going to help. But in round 2, he gained 3.5 strokes on approach. And lost a bit around the greens, didn't quite putt amazingly that week. But still looking good. Still looking good. I don't know. So we got interesting greens this week. Not Bermuda, not Poa. They like Poa, overseed, Bermuda, whatever you want to call it. Call it Benty, bent grass. I don't mind him whatsoever. The accuracy of the tee is exciting, but it's not necessarily that great. I mean, 58% of the time, he had a few weird rounds there. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. At 150 to 1, to me, it's a free play. You know, like you're barely burning a hole in your exposure card, especially with our card. Like, even if you went 7-1, you can still bet the guy. Where the hell are we? Let's go back 9 bets. Here we go. So we're actually playing what? This is the Players Championship. And we should change it to the right colors, right? As well. Make it navy. That actually looks kind of cool. Navy and yellow and gold. Okay. Matthieu Pavon at 150-1. I'm cool with that. Caesars has him at 60-1. I think that seems fair to me, in all honesty. Now, I know it's a massive field, but I mean, the guy doesn't seem to back down, and I feel like this course suits him very nicely. Played nicely at Pebble. I mean, that was a big boy field. That was another designated event. I don't mind that at all. Don't mind that at all for him. So look at this. Just add 150-1 here. It's barely doing anything to our situation. So we're not betting Viktor Hovland at 25-1. I don't think. We'll get there. But right now we are sitting with some serious exposure. We can go 35-1, 35-1, 35-1. Yeah, we can do still 335-1 guys if we're feeling that range. Maybe we do 260s and 235s or whatever. We are making our way downtown here, folks. Walking relatively slowly, though. Not necessarily that fast. But I love Matthieu Pavon. Let's bet him right now over here on FanDuel. 150-1. $3.33. That's going to be the bet. $3.33 gets us to $4.99.50, the exact amount that we bet on for, who did we bet? Benny On to win. So we got a nice little, just shy of $500 once again, returning there from Matthieu Pavon. Matthieu Pavon. Love it. I love that bet. We've got tons of space left on the card. We've got some really nice long shots. Did we bet Wyndham Clark? Did I bet him? We said we were going to pretend like we bet him. Yeah, we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out as we go along. So we've actually still, I think I'm leaning that way. I like a lot of what we saw there. In fact, let's actually just do it quickly. Where did we find, or were we waiting for a better number on him? I think that's what we're doing. Okay. We're working our way through here. My next guy is 200-1, so I'll wait for our, okay. Let me try and guess. You went with Billy Horschel. TDAC. And I'm just going to go with that right now. Off the top of my head, you went with Billy Horschel, or was it Doug Ghim? I don't mind either. I mind Doug as an outright. I don't mind Billy as a guy. So you know what? Since you're ewing about it, let's find him. Let's find him over here. All right. Collin Morikawa we'll get to. Where's Billy Horschel? Model does not like Billy Horschel whatsoever. Been playing bad golf. But I think at 200-1, I can kind of stomach it. Look at his comp course. Has Billy's never played the Players? I find that difficult to believe. That's potentially something going on in the model. Nick Taylor. Absolutely. How has Billy Horschel never played the Players? Oh, he has. So what is going on with his... And he's played okay. He would have missed the cut in 2022. That's what the year that they kind of teed off late that day. But he's made the cut a decent amount of times. What is going on with his history here? Why? This is the joys of building your own model. Where's Billy Horschel? By the way, some other course comps are... Oh, is his all-time record just neutral? So that's the problem with Billy Horschel's thing. So it makes it look like he's never played here, but since 2017... Come on now, baby. Give it to me, yeah. All right, strokes gained total since 2017. It's an average of 0.04. Okay. So basically has never played here before, but he has finished 58th, 63rd. I mean, Jesus. Let me start again, yeah. Missed the cut in 2017, 37th in 18, 26th in 19, 58th in 2021, and then missed the cut the last 2 times. But it's mainly been the putter that's let him down. Quite, wow. What is this? Look at this. So his last 7 starts, he's lost 5.6 strokes putting, last 7 rounds at the Players, at TPC Sawgrass. He's lost pretty much in every single round, apart from one where he did nothing. He's lost 5.6 strokes. In round 1 of 2021, he gained 5 strokes putting. And prior to that, he was putting well here as well. In 2019, he gained a total of 7 strokes. So he can putt on these greens. He just hasn't been lately. If he can bounce back with the putter, what has the putter been up to the last little while? Good. It's been sporadic, but it's been good. He, in 2024, has been averaging 0.85 strokes with the putter. So maybe we get a bit of love there. And then if you take a look at the approach play, since the Sony, we're averaging a quarter of a stroke on approach. Let's remove that really bad round at the waste management. 1 bad round. And we're averaging 0.6 on approach. And then off the tee, we are looking very good, where we're averaging a quarter of a stroke there. Let's remove 1 Scottsdale bad round, and we're sitting at 0.4. So there's a lot going on. Yeah. In 2023, the cut was, what do you mean, +8? Was that the cut? Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. That wasn't good. Oh, are you saying he got cut shooting +8? Yeah, that wasn't a very good tournament for him at all. But you know what? That was last year. He wasn't playing good golf. If you go take a look, Billy Horschel had some demons in the whatchamacallits. And would you, if you ever thought that Billy Horschel won the Players at some point in his career, would you be surprised? All right, so here's Billy Horschel's situation. In 2023, he had one of his worst years. Look at this. Terrible stuff. He had hardly any success. His strokes gained was 0.15, and it was the majority, like he did most of his top 20s on the Euro Tour towards the end of the year. A T11 at the Zurich, so that doesn't even count, and a T9 at the match play. That doesn't like really even count. So anything in 2023 up until the 3M Open was like his first official top 20. So January, February, March, April, May, June, July. 7 months without a top 20 to start the year. And then he started figuring it out. Look how he played in Europe. Solid stuff. Came back, sucked it up at the RSM. It is what it is. Finished 4th at the Wyndham, another Sedgefield Country Club. Remember, that's a comp course for us. Take a look at 2024. 18th at the Sony, 9th at the Cog. And that was having to come back. He was like racing to finish the golf. So look at this. Look at the ball striking at a Florida golf course that's very comparable to Sawgrass, folks. Billy Horschel's making it on the card. I hate to tell you, at 200 to 1, I'm in. I am 1,000% in. Who the heck knows? Who the heck knows what happens? Look at the Sedgefield. Look at the Sedgefield history. Similar kind of a golf course. Beautiful stuff. Innisbrook played quite badly. That was only 2018. Has played okay at Harbour Town. That's also very nice. TPC Southwind has had varied results there. Been okay. Nothing too crazy. So, yes, Memorial Park is not a comp here. We don't have any data for that anyway. So that's Billy Horschel's situation. I love Billy Horschel for a top 20. I'm assuming we're going to get delightful numbers in that market, considering he's 200 to 1 right now. We can get a profit boost of 25% as well over on FanDuel. They are doing wonderful stuff. Okay, Billy Horschel. Let's first bet him at 200 to 1. I doubt we get a better number than that. Here he is. And we're going to bet 222. Does that get us to a magic number? 444? No. What are we going to bet you? Just $2.50? Okay. 500. Let's do it. All right, Billy Horschel's on the card. Let's add him. That took a turn I wasn't expecting. I don't even have to look at his stats because I know they're going to be bad. But I know we just saw that awesome finish at the Cognizant. He's played well here in the past. He can putt lights out on this course when he wants to. But we got Matt in the house. Disappointing Sunday for you. I know, man. Stephan freaking Jaeger. But Byeong Hun came flying up the board. Do you like Homa for the play? We're gonna be getting there. I'm gonna be speaking about Max Homa here shortly. Where is he? We first got to speak about Billy Horschel. We never even put the timestamp on him. Spoke about him for quite a while. I'd imagine it was 2017 when we started. So what's that? 140, 137. All right. Let's go to Max Homa's coming up, but we can even just go to him if we want to. The model's not a fan. He's got him in 90. Okay. Look at this. We're back to, what did we change this time around? Why does it keep changing on us? Oh, it's probably because, Jesus, I need to figure my stuff out. Whatever. We're figuring it out, yeah. So Max, where's he at? 19th. And there's Jaeger above Max. Wow. So Collin, I like him, but I don't think he's ever going to win a tournament in a big time field anymore. And then what are you saying over here, Sweet Spot? Just to note something, missing 2 8-foot putts will help you lose 1 stroke putting if everything else stays average. Missing 2 8-foot putts will help you lose 1 stroke putting. What does that even mean? What, like, in relation to what we were talking about earlier? So what, that half a stroke? Oh. So like you're saying like a poor shot on approach from the various ranges, half a stroke is an 8-foot miss. The equivalent. Okay, I can feel you. 143, Max Homa. Let's do it, Matt. Let's figure out what's going on with Max Homa. And then we can take a look. T-Dak, you sent me down a wormhole there, bro. A complete wormhole. A Billy Horschel hole. Whew. Yeah. Exactly. One stroke gain putting is not really that big of it. Exactly. Okay. I'm with you now. I'm with you. Let's speak about Max. What did he get up to? Max's putter has been his biggest problem lately. And I think he found it he always putts well at Bay Hill, I guess. Look how smoothly this model is running. This is the talking about Billy Horschel. And like, I bet someone at 200 to 1. Where is it? And then the next thing we're betting Billy Horschel. G-rated. We've been fine. We haven't really spoken about too much other stuff. I've dropped a few bombs here and there, but nothing too crazy. What is G? What is G-rated? Is that for grandparents? Is that what it is? All right. So Max Homa, 6th year in 2023. He was playing some of his best golf entering that week. And oh, yes. Take a look at what Max Homa has been up to the last 2 years. 13th and 6th year. The putt has been sporadic and actually not very good whatsoever in 2023, 2022. Wow. So Max has, let's go to his last 8 rounds here. In his last 8 rounds, if you take away his 3 best rounds, he's losing 1.4 strokes per round putting. If you take his 3 best rounds, he's averaging 2 strokes per round putting. What that means at the end of the day over those 8 rounds is an average of 0.1 strokes lost per round. The approach play has been amazing here. He loves hitting irons at this golf course. Hasn't really had much worse than a lost stroke in round 1 of 2022. Since then, it's been amazing. He's averaging over a stroke per round on approach and has not lost off the tee in all 8 of those rounds. I don't know movie ratings. Okay, so G, PG, PG-13. Okay, I'm with you. What the hell is G? Might as well just make a cartoon. There are some cartoons out there that are pretty rough. So then taking a look at Max Schaff, great. I mean, the course history is whatever. Look at this. Even during playing some bad golf, 13th at the Farmers, 16th at the Genesis, doing his thing, has one or two big rounds here and there. It's been wishy-washy. The drive has been kind of everywhere. Seemed to find it at the Genesis again. He's actually been driving it quite well. Actually. Outside of Pebble, but if we take away this like three start stint there, he's driving it really well right now. The approach play lost it a little bit, but maybe caught it again at the general audience. That makes a lot of sense. G's for good, general. We're going to get to Nick Taylor after Max Homa. What is Max Homa's situation? The putter. Look at this putting. It's been bad. Like not good, not average. It's been bad. 62nd is not good for Max Homa. But the course history is very good. Love. Okay, that's interesting. Are we going to bet Max Homa? Let's do a bit more research, a bit more digging, but I mean, we don't really have that many like big names on the card. And we could be catching a bit of an uptick. Let's take a peek at what he's been up to. What did he get up to this week? Hit one out of bounds and still finished 8th. Take a look at this like fight back here today. He shot 2 under on the 16 holes after he sucked it up to start off with. 2 under today would have been the 5th best round of the day. Jordan Spieth is a psycho, by the way. Shot a -3 today, and when we went big on him, he was, how do you find Jordan Spieth? You filter on the worst. 8 shot difference from Jordan Spieth overnight. So good for him. Let's get back to Max. And you know what? I actually kind of like doing this where I do Homa because it also shows Thomas. Fun fact. So Max got the putting dialed up again. That's good. When Max is putting well, that's good. 2 strokes in round 1. Neutral. Okay, we got Justin Thomas in here again. Let's get Max in here involved. I don't know what I'm looking at. So round 1, 2 strokes gained. Round 2, 1.85 strokes gained. Round 3, 1.3 strokes gained. Round 4, still gained 0.3 strokes. Probably had 1 or 2 bad putts. Just couldn't quite make anything, I guess. Interesting. So must have been hitting a lot of greens. Yep, that's Jesus, Darbo. Look at this. 1, 2, hit 13 greens in the space of 14 holes. He just went green, 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 green. Woo, baby. Okay, so in round 2, he had a 60 foot make, you said? So he gained a full stroke there. I see you. I understand that. Missed a really short one. Cool. What about round 1 when he gained a million strokes putting as well? Solid contributions, including a very bad. That was a very bad. Jesus, he hit 356 shots and made a bogey on the par 5. Wow. Also, Max Homa and par 5s, just historically bad. He's interesting on those holes. I don't mind it. He was making putts, though. Like a lot of... That's the thing with Max. He can putt well. Like, for him to gain this amount of putting is normal. Round 3, we had lots of good putts made. Again, that's freaking... Round 3, lots of good putts made, I guess. Outside of the back 9, got a little tentative there. I don't mind it. What is Max Homa's situation? Approach play concerns me a little bit, but maybe he can find that now that it was mainly all lost in round 1 too. He was neutral in the last 3 rounds on approach. I don't know if Max, what is his profile? This year he's been struggling with approach. Been pretty solid from 150 to 200. Not very good with the wedges. Not very good with the long irons. Typically he's very good with the wedges. He's kind of lost that a bit this week. this year, but only 40 shots. So he hasn't been playing good golf. We'll have to wait and see. Let's see. What is Max Homa's situation here? 25-1. That's at FanDuel. Max Homa, 25-1. I wonder. What does Better Golf have him at? Okay. Max. 25. I know. Dude, they went +5 on their first one hole, +6 on their first two. Just bad. So bad, TDAC. Larry's game, A-Rod, is amazing. But early in the show, I spoke about how he had lost a stroke to the field in the first 14 holes. And then his round 4 today looks like he gained strokes, but he did it all in his final 4 holes. Yeah, I'll pull it up again for you quickly. Look at Lowry here. Like, he's the ultimate backdoor guy. You don't want him ever dating your daughter because she's not coming home on time for curfew. Coming through the back door with Shane. Look here. He played the first 14 holes 2 over par. And then in those next few holes, he gained 1.1 strokes on the field on hole 15, where his ball landed in the rough and bounced out of it into the fairway. Had that just landed in the rough and stayed there, he's not making a birdie on that hole. He could be making a bogey. Then he birdied the par 16, par 5 16th, and gained pretty much, what's that? 0.15, 0.17, 2 strokes in the final 4 holes. Yeah, he's got great course history. It's like, there's a lot to like. Let's actually chat about him. Fuck it. Let's go. Okay. Where's he at? Where is he? We're struggling to even find him in the model. It must be like way down there somewhere. 49th, 44th in the model. So Lowry, his putting has been better, I think, in the last few, like since he gets to Florida. He hits a lot of good shots with wedges. It's a lot of his mid irons have been lackluster lately, though. And then a lot of long iron good shots. He's also very good with the shots. Wedges out of the rough is Shane Lowry's jam. He loves a wedge out the rough, apparently. Gains the most strokes in the field out the rough. He's very good out the bunkers. But look at this round 4 scoring average, 62nd in the field. And that was borderline losing strokes again today until those final 4 holes. Basically till the final 1 hole. Like, he hit one really good shot there. But we can talk about Shane. Well, we've been speaking about him for the last little while. I don't know, man. We got to hold on. We got to go find Max Homa and put him on the card, yeah, for a tentative situation. What is he, 25-1? Oof, if we could find a 30, I think he drifts to 30. But even if we go, we're still sitting at like 10x return right now with Max Homa and Wyndham Clark on our card and Benny on. So we can see what happens here. But if we take, say, if we bet Victor, then we at 7. So we got a 25-1 still in the holster. I don't see us betting another 25-1 though. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. Yes, can't beat me. We're gonna go talk about Minwoo shortly. Okay, we got some requests. Let me start with Shane Lowry, and then we'll go to Minwoo. I just don't think Shane Lowry's a winner. If you can't like seal the like not in round 4, immediately ejects himself out of contention. Like, you can't tell me that you're playing this well with your irons at the Cognizant. You have one of your best performances in your career on approach, gaining 4.4 strokes. His other best performance was also He gained 5 strokes at the 2016 Cognizant, I believe, on approach. So you do all of that. In 3 rounds of golf, you gain 7.5 strokes on approach. And then you go and hit balls in the water when it matters most in round 4. Look at this. Playing great golf, entering the week, or entering Sunday, gaining 10 strokes total, and you lose 2. Like, you just can't take it together. Then like round 4 at Scottsdale, he lost $1 million. I mean, he wasn't under pressure there, but still, like, it's just on Sundays, he just can't get it together for some reason. At the Players, take a look here. Like, gets himself in the mix, shoots a incredible round of 68. That most likely was close to first round leader. By the way, Shane Lowry, how you bet him, is first round leader. Let's filter, check this out. Filter on first round leader. We are in 2024. We've gained over 3.7, 3.9, 2.6. And then again in round 1 this week, we had Shane Lowry in round 1 gain a casual 5.5. So add another 5.5 to these numbers here. And we are looking at like a first round thoroughbred right now. Like, this guy's just been incredible in round 1. 66, 67, 67, 66 around Bay Hill. Like, the guy is balling out. He just can't close the deal. And it won't even let me put the 5 point. Like, I just typed that in ages ago and it's still taking forever to show up. So this is what you get for filtering on Shane Lowry's first round. But this is how you bet him. I would not be shocked if he comes out firing again at the Players in round 1. So in his last 4 rounds of golf, look at this. The reason our model slowed down is because of Shane. It's been fine the whole night. Now look what you're doing to me. Who requested Shane? It was A-Rod. I mean, the guy's average, he's gained 15.5 strokes in the last 4 opening rounds he's played. That's insane. That's insane. Oh, for Max? Yes, T-Dac. Yeah. So you get him at 28 to 1? Also, I guess FanDuel has a 25% boost. What does that do? 25% is, that gets us close to, but also, like, if I'm writing an article, I can't say, oh, I bet him with a boost, but personally, we'll go to him. So yeah, I know you love Shayna. I think a lot of people do too, but his round 4, he just can't get across the finish line. He can't get across the finish line. He's played well here. I mean, he's got great course history in Florida in general. I think that kind of course layout suits him. I can't believe he hasn't played well at Bay Hill. That's the crazy thing. It suits him very nicely too. He just has 1 bad round per an event. He gains 6 strokes in round 1, loses 2 strokes the following day. Opens in 2022 with losing a stroke, goes on a tear and gains 9 strokes in the next 2 rounds, gets right in the mix, loses half a stroke in round 4. What does he do in 2023? Loses 4.2 strokes in round 1, gains 4.8 strokes the following day. And then proceeds to gain a casual 8.5 strokes in the next 3 rounds after opening with the 77. I believe this involved a hole-in-one. Who knows? But still, like, he plays well here. I think, yeah, first round leader, top 5, even a top 10. It's a big field this week, so absolutely go there. And while I'm just speaking about random first round leaders, Chad Ramey. Let's make sure we document that. Chad Ramey, let's talk about him yet. Have we just spoken about Shane Lowry for 10 minutes? Oh, no, we did a whole bunch of random other stuff too. Why are we all the way at 387? That doesn't make any sense in the world. Okay. So Chad Ramey, 160. Chad Ramey, first round leader. I think he was the first round leader last year. I think he also was the first round leader at the Players. Let's go. I don't mind Shane. I mean, Shane for a top 20 is probably not the worst bet in the world, or even a top 10. Let's look. But first, I need to speak about Chad Ramey. Then we'll go back to Shane Lowry quickly. I'm all over the place, but it's okay. Chad Ramey. Take a look here. Gained 5.5 strokes. I think that was clubhouse leader for round one at the Cognizant. He busted up our farewell fiver. I think he beat Keith Mitchell in round one. Keith Mitchell finished 20th after round one. Chad Ramey shot a 64. Chad Ramey in round two of Vedanta, 3.3 strokes gained. Round one at Sawgrass, 8.7 strokes gained. Shot a 64 in 2023. Didn't quite keep, I mean, he's finished 27th despite losing strokes for the rest of the rounds. So Chad Ramey for sure is, it seems too obvious, but you never know. Like, that's the way to go. I mean, what is his first round leader for Chad Ramey? Is currently 170 to 1. So that's kind of where we're going to go there. Absolutely love that. I feel like that's a very fair number, actually. Okay. So Chad Ramey. Back to Shane Lowry. I feel like we got to get exposure to him in some capacity for like a top 20 or top 10 because he's playing good. Like, I totally agree with you. He's been, and his irons have been great. Like, look at this, though. The top 10, the top fives. I mean, he's had now 2 top fives in the last few starts. So this will update tomorrow. But when he needed to finish second today, he hit it into the middle of the green on the final hole. He knew he needed a birdie to tie Wyndham Clark, and then he hit it into the middle of the green. Like, to me, that's just like a lack of zest. Honest, like, what is that? That's like, I understand you weren't going to win the tournament, but like, what are we doing? Go for it, Shane. Anyway, what else do we want to look? Oh, his rates of success. 41% of the time he's inside the top 20. What is Shane Lowry's top 20 number? And that's going to jump up again because obviously he finished third. So that'll jump. I don't mind him for a top 10 stack either. Shane Lowry plus 180. Yeah, I can do it. I can actually do that because he's playing good golf. We're probably late to the party now, but who the hell knows? I don't mind him, though. Cool. Shane Lowry, plus 180. That's a 36% implied probability. Even when he was playing poor golf, he's done that 41% of the time. Now we go back to Florida. We go back to a golf course where Shane Lowry's done some good work. I think we can take a look at Shane Lowry quite nicely. I think he's played nicely in the past. Let's go. Let's make that white, and I'm going to make a note here. Top 10, top 20. Shane. I know it's Shane. Why am I typing that? Top 20. Yeah. You know, like, if you like a guy and you don't think he can win or whatever, there's other ways to bet people. You always got to keep a mind open and try and figure out how to kind of take advantage of them. So we'll do top 20, top 10, and first round leader for Shane. First round leader for Shane. Let's see. Top 10 for Shane is plus 400. Not terrible. Top 20 is plus 180. And then first round leader, you know what? We ain't betting him to win. That's for sure. So first round leader, though, for Shane is 50 to 1. So we'll take a peek there, see what other numbers show up. But, you know, if you only have FanDuel, 50 to 1 seems very fair for Shane Lowry, who's been absolutely popping the hell off in round one. Also, I think who tweeted it out how good the splits have been from AM, PM at the Players. Like, the majority of the winners have come from a specific, like, slot. But also, you know what that usually means is sometimes they put the pairings in a certain way so that the best golfers are playing on Friday evening or Friday afternoon. They don't want the best golfers playing on Friday morning. Why? Who's going to be watching them on Friday morning when everyone's going to be watching on Friday afternoon? So you got to remember when you see those kind of things to kind of bear that in mind. Cool bananas. Shane Lowry, top 10, top 20 first round leader. Let's go. Despite being 44th in the model, maybe we upgrade him while we're here. And also, I think what the problem with my current situation is it's not bringing in all the columns. We've had such small fields. Now, all of a sudden, we've got much bigger columns, and it's not bringing up all the calculations, but we've got it figured out over here. So Shane Lowry, Mike Lowry. What happens if we add, say, half a point to Shane Lowry's situation? Gets him to 12th in the model. If we filter on 12th, that gets Shane Lowry sitting right around Wyndham Clark, Benny On, Tommy Fleetwood, Jason Day, Max Homa. Yes, based off his current form in the Florida swing, I can see Shane Lowry being 12th in my model like that. So let's go with that. I don't mind it. I don't mind it whatsoever. Cool. That was a fun little tangent there, but we had some fun. Let's move on to who was the other guy we wanted? Minwoo Lee. Is that what we want to chat about? Yes. Okay. Woozy's up next. Where's Minwoo? Why? Yeah. Minwoo Lee. He doesn't have any data in here, so he's going to be all over the place. So I love how I bet Minwoo Lee at the freaking... Oh, did Bet365 just drop their stuff? Did they just drop their stuff? Or was I not scrolling down enough? Where are you seeing this, Ricky? Which state are you even in? It's also not like refreshing for me. Okay. I don't see any players. Anyway. Ricky, don't do me dirty. All right. Minwoo Lee, 63rd in the model. I'm going to adjust him right now. We can actually adjust him afterwards. But if you take a look at what he's been up to, the recent form is solid. He doesn't quite like this other course that he played at this week, despite making the cut. He's good. Like, this is the thing. Look at this. The strokes gained. I don't think I've ever seen a profile like this. And it doesn't even quite do it justice with 3 and 116. Let's just pull up his stuff. Like, Minwoo, where did he finish this week? Grayson Murray was a better pivot than Minwoo this week, by the way. Wrote him up in my value plays, $6,100. Great play. For great playing, not trying to sell myself here. Great playing from Grayson Murray. Minwoo, doubled 18 in round 4. Yikes. Why? Because he hit his ball into a place that didn't make any sense. Hit from the fairway. From the freaking fairway. So take a look at this guy's profile. Let's look at his approach stuff. It's just a crazy... Woo! So since January 1st of this year, he is with a wedge in the first percentile of green regulations. So he basically misses the green more than anybody in 41 shots. But his good shot rate is 90th in 41 shots. That's likely going to update tomorrow morning. Let's do the last 12 months. Does that change? It's even worse. He's in the 0th percentile in green regulation rates and the 98th percentile in good shot rates. Jesus. That's just insane. 70% of the time he's hitting the greens with a wedge, but freaking 11.4% of the time with the wedge he's hitting a good shot. So a good shot with the wedge is very close. Good shot proximity is 6 foot. So Darbo was saying you lose half a stroke from 8 feet. What is the strokes gain, Darbo, if you're still in the house here? What is the strokes gain from 6 feet on a putt? So yeah, this is the situation with Woozy. Then you go to like the mid irons. It's disgusting. Look at this. So bad. It's like, this is why it doesn't make sense. And then you go to the long irons, it's like better, but not good. Then out of the rough, it's bad. Out of the rough with long irons, it's better. You know, he hits good long iron shots out the rough because he's got such strength. In this year, in the last little few shots that we've had, it's been better. But still, I mean, 71 shots in 2024, and we're sitting with our best percentile as an 8th percentile. Like, geez, dude. But now the thing is, now if you missed a 6-footer, you'll lose 0.66 strokes. Okay, thank you. What we were trying to do, Minwoo Lee. So he's just like, I think he's just a Florida guy. This is why I think he's overrated. You can't. You're not going to fit all the courses. That's the thing. He's going to play well at specific venues. Like he played well, I guess, at the Open, the US Open, and he's played well here. But to start the year, he never finished better than 21st. Like just sucking it up. And it's all been because of his approach play has been terrible. He's had like 2 rounds of golf where he's gained on approach in those 9. And then he goes to the freaking Cognizant and averages 1.5 strokes on approach. Like, what the fuck is that? R-rated show right there because of Minwoo Lee. Like, just explain this to me. Explain to me how this is even, how do you do it so consistently for 4 straight days when your freaking situation, like your last 25 starts looks like this. It's a red wedding column. It's draped in red velvet. It's like, what on earth just happens in Florida? So he sucked it up again last week, I guess, at the Bay Hill. Like, but it's all because of, look at this though. 2.34 strokes gain on approach in round 4, lost 1.6 in round 2, in round 3, gained a stroke in round 1, lost. Gained 3 strokes putting in round 1. Like, it's just, he's tilting. He's a model breaker. He doesn't make sense. He doesn't make sense. So he finished 44th, whatever. When he was hitting it well, what did he get up to in round 4 today? Hit one close on hole 8, must have. Hit one very good on hole 15. Solid on 17. That's a long approach. Like, what are we doing, man? It's just unbelievable stuff. So then we go to the players, and he putted lights out around here, and his approach play was just all over the place. So I don't know what to make of this. Now, I wish we had hole-by-hole stuff available to take a quick look at what he got up to, like his scorecard, because his par 5 scoring at the players is likely going to be very good again. He lost 5.5 strokes, almost 6 strokes on approach, and finished 6th at the players last year. He was gaining tons and tons of strokes off the tee. In his first 3 rounds, he gained 5.2 strokes off the tee. Hitting 3 irons, stingers. That's exactly what you need around you. And then the short game. So you could expect that again. You can also expect him to miss the cut in epic fashion because he's missing greens with wedges. So this is the situation we're dealing with now. I don't know. Like, I can't believe I lost that matchup, though. Like, it just doesn't make sense. What is his number? Scrolling. Oh, it's probably very short because I went from 50 to 60. Where is this guy? 60. 60 to 1 for Minwoo. It's just a FOMO situation. I mean, a second in his last second start and a sixth for course history. And we got a guy that's 60-1. What are we doing with that? Better Golf has him at 50. 60-1 for Min Woo. 55 over there. Where's the 60 at? Oh, Odds Check is lying to us again. So it's 55s now. Still 60 on the website, though. 55 for Min Woo with that kind of what does that do to our situation? Yeah. It's a fascinating situation. It's fascinating because I don't know, man. I don't know, man. 55 it's I don't know. Is that fair for him? I mean, he's got that up. I feel like that's the way to bet him, is to win this tournament and potentially a top 5. Because I feel like he's got way more confidence now this year. I mean, he won a few tournaments over in Australia. The thing is, he can play golf. It doesn't look like it when you look at his approach play, but he overpowers golf courses, even smaller. And I feel like his best strength, TDAC, is not, though. Have you looked at 60-1 on FanDuel? I'm looking at it right now. It says, I've clicked it at 55-1. I haven't placed the bet yet, but it says 55-1. OddsCheck is talking shit. So I don't know. It's I'm going to sleep on this a little bit. Are we going to see the odds? Is it going to drift even? Can we see it drifting into the 40s? Are we going to miss out on it if we don't bet it tonight? What? What is it about Iowa that doesn't is it because I bet him last week? Why is Iowa 55 and you got 60s? And I'm set on Iowa's thing. Geez, it. Maybe FanDuel knows I'm a sharp. Just kidding. I'm not a sharp. I'm not a sharp outright better or a whatever. Last week was terrible. Anyway, so that's Minwoo Lee's situation, folks. That's Minwoo Lee's situation. One of the worst iron players to walk the planet on as a professional golfer. Yet here we are trying to bet the guy to win around TPC Sawgrass. What? Look at the strokes gained off the tee on these shorter courses, despite the accuracy. This is why. Oh, okay. And I mean, Arod, the Players is basically like the Florida equivalent and slightly watered down version or overly watered down version of Waste Management Phoenix Open. I can see him getting in the zone there big time. Big time. So maybe he likes these short positional tracks. Obviously hits a ton of good shots, and that's going to help. I don't know. And I think he can hit himself into these wedge ranges when everyone else is hitting 150 to 200. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what cooks. I'm so tentative to bet him. We bet him. Yeah. Yes. I know. What, Mike? Look at this. You've got a 60. I'm literally looking at the Players Championship and it's telling me 55-1. And you're sitting in Iowa and you've got a 60. This is absurd. This is absurd. I'm going to pull up a different tab and just see what happens here, because that is just, to me, it's still 55-1 when I put it up again. What on earth is going on? That is some BS right there. Some BS. Anyway, I'm actually pissed off about that. How are you sitting with a 60 in the same godforsaken state? Oh, man. Times are tough over here on back 9 bets, folks. The books are giving us shorter odds. Target marketing. Let's see. All right. Speaking about guys we won't bet at FanDuel, Collin Morikawa on the 3-hour mark. Boom chakalaka. If you've made it 3 hours in, hit that like button. I'm going to bet him so that you won't bet him. Yeah, I know. They know me. Did I bet him at FanDuel last week? Is that why? I think I bet him at FanDuel last week. And then I think the number jumped, like it went to like, what did he close at last week? Last week, I bet I bet Minwoo. So they don't like me, huh? What a bunch of snakes. Anyway, let's rob him this week. Let's rob him this week. Okay. Unbelievable, Mike. What on earth is that situation, dude? I'll take a peek here. I try and stay off Twitter while I'm on the show. Otherwise, I get zoned out. Anyway, so we're 3 hours in talking about Collin Morikawa and how FanDuel hates your boy. He seems like the sucker will take the sucker will take the 55. I will. You're right. I will. Or maybe I'll go buy a mic and you, T-Deck. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay. Let's talk about Collin Morikawa. Got to change that timestamp by 2 minutes. All right. So accuracy off the tee in the bounds, solid off the tee on these shorter courses, weighted proximity, weighted strokes gained, all going to be elite stuff. It's a perfect situation for Collin Morikawa. He makes so much sense at this golf course. He's so good with the wedge. 5th most strokes gained from 100 to 150. 7th most strokes gained from 150 to 200. He's actually kind of fallen backwards. Let's pull up his stuff here. He's fallen backwards quite a lot from far. His long irons have drifted. I'm assuming if we go over 200, look at this. Look at this red that we're seeing, like all of this regression here. This is this year in 2024, 33 shots over 200 yards. Nothing really much more than 57th percentile. Over the last 12 months, look at this. The regression over the last 2 years, also significant. Strokes gained, he used to be, the last 2 years, 98th percentile. Proximity, 96th. Green regulation rates, 96th. Last 12 months, we're sitting at 77th, 70th. Like he's gone from being an elite iron player with the long irons over 200 to the last 12 months, that's 164 shots. Not very good. Still exceptional from 150 to 200. But what has happened to his long iron play? He's always been a very good long iron player. And over the last year or so, he's kind of lost it. It's very fascinating. He's also very bad out the rough with the wedge, by the way. Interesting stuff there. But yeah, anything under 200 yards, Collin's going to be dialed. Absolutely dialed. But 200, and it's like, wow, that's like exceptionally bad for his standards. Like that's a massive drop-off. And from 200 and out, let's take a look here. What does the key stats say? We're going to see a quarter of shots, a third of shots, like 28%, 29% from 200 plus. That's a concern. What does his par 5 scoring look like? 5th? Wow, that's impressive. What's it this year? Because that's for 2023. I still need to update 2024 stuff. But yeah, fun fact. Your boy's lazy. That's driving accuracy. Collin Morikawa's scoring stats for 2024 on par 5s are what? Par 5 scoring average. We want scoring averages, right? Yes. Par 5 scoring by round. Par 5 scoring average. Here we go. Tony Finau leads the tour in par 5 scoring with 4.33 in 88 holes. Very impressive. Collin Morikawa, 46th. Doing it 4.45 times. Averaging at 4.45 birdies. Or averaging 4.45 on the par fives. Him and Cam Young together there. Interesting stuff. Max Homa, same situation. So Colin's kind of drifted a bit backwards this year, and that's in 56 holes. So I don't know, man. What is his odds? Well, I mean, I'm assuming they're shy of 20. 30? Oh, boy. But I don't know, man. I bet him here last year, and it's lackluster as the week goes on. Look at this. Round 1, Colin's been great. Nothing like goes to 20th and 22nd in strokes gained over that like middle period of the tournament, and then comes firing up the leaderboard in round 4. Like, what is going on? That's the last 12 months. Justin Thomas historically gets off to slow starts and gets better. I'd rather have that than get in the front and just can't hang. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. I can't do it. I can't do Collin. I just can't do it. And I can't do Jordan Spieth either. Bet him top 5, top 10 last week, and he completely shit the bed in round 3. And then goes and has like a top 5 round again in round 4. But maybe we go back to Jaeger as well. So Collin, let's see. Is there a market to attack him in? He's been disgustingly bad in the betting market as well. Not a single market has been profitable for him. Missed the cut again last week, so expect those numbers all to go backwards. He's not even finishing inside the top 20 in half his starts. And I say that like that's a bad thing, but that puts him, compared to his peers, Collin, yeah, there's so many more guys with better starts than that. I guess there's a few Korn Ferry guys. What's Ben Silverman doing in here? But Collin Morikawa is one of the first like big names to only have a 47% top 20 rate. And then it's a massive drop off to top 10s. Like, all the big boys are top 10ing a lot more than he is. Scottie Scheffler's top 10ing at 79% rate. Rory McIlroy, 60% rate, call it after this week. Xander, 47% of the time inside the top 10. Matthieu Pavon, 43% in 7 starts. Jake Knapp, same situation. Hovland, 35. Like, then you go to Collin Morikawa all the way down here. Where the hell is he? 27? 20 what? 21% of the time. It's just not good. To get to 21%, you got to go all the way. It's like the 33rd best top 10 rate in the field. Like Benny Arn's doing a better job than that by 1%. Guess it'll go up this week for Benny Arn. So like, yeah, Colin's going to jump into the high teens now. Potentially just 20%. I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. I can't do it with him. Can't do it with this guy. So that's my take on Collin Morikawa. There's not even a betting market for him. It's just he's lost you money in every market. And then he's completely sucked last week. Completely sucked. Like, bad. Like, very bad. So, yeah. All right, speaking about who sucked it up was Stephan Jaeger for us. Jeez, dude. That was disappointing. That was so disappointing. Stephan freaking Jaeger. He was playing so well. He was inside the top 20 the whole week. And then kind of as the weekend unfolded, just completely sucked it up over the weekend and just never finished inside the top 20 like we wanted him to. Bet you drove the ball amazingly. Off the tee. What did that rank him? 10th in the field off the tee. Short game. He's actually good around the greens. 47th. Oh, my God. Shot -5 in round 2. Round 3 +4. Round 4 +4. Oh, my God. Every round outside of round 3 was a top 15 round off the tee. He's driving the ball so well. What is his situation on approach? Let's dive into this. Over 200, not the best. He's also very like he's rough. Look at like where was this week? Over 150 out the rough. He's like elite Where the hell where was he on approach? Like, not anywhere. Like, what is going on with him, man? So frustrating. 35th in the field in this situation on approach. Like, that's middle of the pack. God damn it, Jaeger. I don't know. Like, that's the thing. Like, your putting can't be this bad. But anyway, he's been top 20ing nicely, making some good money for us for the top 20 market. I mean, it's the only market he's returning on, and didn't quite figure it out last week. He does it at a 36% clip. Most likely going to go down a bit after last week. What is he for a top 20 this week? What is he for a top 40? I feel like that's probably a better bet in this field. But also with the volatility of this whole situation, looking at this Minwoo Lee number getting triggered again. Awesome stuff there. Okay. Oh, and my promo disappears. Like, once I log in, the 25% boost is gone. The joys. They won't even give me a boost to make that work on him. All right. So anyway, enough bitching here. Let's go Jaeger. Stephan Jaeger. Wow. 400 to plus 400 for a top 20 this week. Do we get a little bit of a bounce back? Thanks, Ricky. Nice of you to hit me with a nice little compliment there, man. Yeah, I do this for my own sake anyway, so might as well just do it on the show. Why the hell not? So that's kind of the situation we find ourselves in. Speaking about Stephan Jaeger forever. And so if he's plus 400 for a top 20, that's still value in my opinion. But geez, can he figure his stuff out? Like, if we pull, Matthew, I went on the Pat Mayo show touting Russell Henley for a top 20 at the Cognizant, goes and doesn't finish inside the top 20, and then goes and finishes inside the top 20 again this week. Like, this is betting for you, man. Like, you got to have a long-term edge, because if you're trying to just bet specific things, it can really haunt you. It can really haunt you. Don't bet him to do that. The windiest round of the week, he shoots a subpar round. So yes, Jaeger, as you can see, you don't even have to look at the title of the column. Just look for the greenest one. It's going to be his off the tee numbers. He's becoming a really good driver of the golf ball. Like, extremely, exceptionally good. In 2024, it's been phenomenal. Phenomenal. Like, he's gaining 0.44 off the tee. If you take away that bad snap hook off the tee at Torrey, it's 0.6 off the tee, basically. So there's lots to go off of here. Has he played the Players? Yes, he has. Finished 44th and missed the cut. Didn't really drive it well the first time he played, and then played very nicely in 2023 once it went on. Putted nicely, kind of hit some good approach shots, hit some bad ones. It is what it is. I'm enticed. I'm intrigued. The approach play has been sporadic. The short, look at this. Look at the short game entering the week. Like, he's super solid around the greens. On the year, he's gaining 0.2 around the greens, whatever. Take away one bad round, he's gaining a third of a stroke. Goes and sucks it up this week. This is just the thing. Take away two bad rounds. Take away the 3 bad rounds in the last 17, and it's 0.6 strokes per round around the greens. So we're going to add another bad round again this week. But hey, so I don't know. Plus 400 seems like a fair number for him for a top 20. I'm intrigued to see if we want to go to a top 40 though. But he's been spiking. I mean, T3, T18. I don't mind that when he doesn't play well, he doesn't even finish inside the top 40 anymore right now. So I don't mind that for a top 20 bet for him. What does the numbers tell us here if we go? Imagine what a top 40 would be plus 180. It's 36%. I mean, that's probably the way to go, but I don't know. Plus 400. I don't know. Maybe we bet him top 40 if that comes out. So that's where we go. All right. Moving on. So we spoke about Max. So we love Max Homa for a top 20. Did we bet him for a top 20 or we were contemplating him for a top 10 or a win? Is that what we were trying to do? Let's see what this note said. Is this a note from like ages ago? Plus T40. That's not for Max Homa. So contemplating for a win. And we might as well bet this guy T20 because he's just been rocking and rolling the T20 like crazy. Let's take a look at his T20 number. If he's 25 to 1, I'm assuming plus 120. He's been rocking and rolling, man. Top 20s at a 60% clip. Did it again this week. We'll go there. I feel like that's a redemption situation. The top 10 market also probably not the worst situation for him. Top 5s have been bad again today. Maybe we don't bet him for a win. Maybe we just bet him top 20. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that guy. Moving on. Okay, so you want to chat about Henley. Yeah, let's chat about Henley. What is he doing all the way down the bottom of the model here? 26th. You know why? It's because Russell Henley is usually a very good long iron player, and he's been playing with his long irons like so bad, whatever that means. Is this the right timestamp? What's 3 hours and 16 minutes? 3 hours is 180. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so I'll just make it 197. Russell Henley. Let's speak about him. Look at this. Top 20 beast. Obviously, lost us money at the Cognizant with the top 20. Didn't quite work it out there. 60% of the time, it works every time. We should call Russell Henley Sex Panther. Is that what we're going to call him from now on? I think that we just came up with a Russell Henley nickname. Sex Panther. Okay. We lost the note there. Sex Panther Henley. All right. What is his top 20? Plus 220. I mean, how can you not? I mean, if you're not doing that, you're committing betting malpractice. So we'll wait and see what better odds come out there. The implied odds are 31% rate. He's doing it at 60% clip. Add more percentages to that after this week. Finished, I think, 4th or 5th. But the problem, folks, with him is he's doing it with the putter and around the greens. Like, that's his best trait now. He's become a short game guru versus, like, what? He's 38th in the field in putting. That's going to go up after he was leading the field for the majority of the week. I think entering, like, round 2, he's leading the field. He's always been a good short game guy around the greens. But his approach play is 75th in this field. How many people we got in the stats here? 154. And that's like not good because there's other guys that aren't even in the field's like database right now. That's going to make this number even worse. So he's not looking like it seems like it's a disaster waiting to happen. It seems like it's a disaster waiting to happen. The last 12 months, Russell Henley, like take a look at this. The last 24 starts, last approach play at the Cognizant that cost us 41st. Sucked it up at the Century. Like had a good week at the Genesis on approach. Okay. But he is a guy that can easily gain over a stroke per round on approach. Let's go to 2023 and look at this. Like there's multiple high pyramids here. The lowest on average is like 2/3 of a stroke, 0.7, 0.66. Like this is what he's doing. It's like he's got this really high floor on approach, and then it spikes to like gaining 6 strokes per round, tournament every now and then. That was almost 7. So like he can really get it going. And the putter seems to have like found itself. I mean, look, he'd gained 1 million strokes putting again at the Cognizant, lost on approach. He's never really putted well at the Players, like hardly ever, outside of 2014. and it hasn't hit his irons exceptionally well yet either outside of 2022. What on earth? Did he gain 12 strokes? 12 and a half strokes on approach? That was that was like peak Henley with the irons. He gained 12 and a half strokes on approach and lost he lost a bunch of the. Look at, oh Jesus, look at this. What a profile. He gained 5.5 strokes on approach in the final round. No. What is this round? Yeah. He finished 13th, gaining raw strokes of 11.5, but that's a big, very impressive field that got adjusted to 2 strokes gained of 3.12. Times that by 4, that's 12.5. Insane. Insane. Yo, that's crazy. He shot a 68 and he shot 4 under par, gaining 5.5 strokes in 1 round on approach. Incredible. Lost in every other department. So the last few starts for him have been very good. This kind of seems like a good course for him. But the approach play, let's take a look here. It hasn't been good. Neither has his ball strike. Like his off the tee stuff has been bad. The distance is like very bad right now. Like, is he hurt? That doesn't make any sense to me. Granted, I guess let's take a look at his actual data golf profile a little bit, yeah. Okay, what is his like? Is that his? Yeah, that's his normal distance, whatever. Okay, and now let's take a look at his actual approach play. So the last 12 months, Russell Henley, from the fairway with the wedge in his hand, is strokes gained in the 94th percentile. Amazing stuff. His poor shot avoidance is 98th. Like, he's super safe. That's usually his go-to. From 150 to 200 over the last 12 months, not necessarily the very best. And when it comes to long iron play as well, like sub 75 percentile. But he's safe. He's very safe. If you take a look in January, like this year, 2024, we are sub 50% on everything from 150 to 200. We are about 75th percentile in all metrics with wedges in our hand, 59 shots. And over 200, it's disgustingly bad. It's like 47 shots and 11th percentile stuff. The poor shot avoidance rate is amazing. It's like, it's top third, but still regression like to the max there. So I don't know what's going on. If you take a look at his wedges, like look at that. And then you go this year, regression. And then it's the mid irons that are the biggest drop off too. Like they typically been fine, and now they are not fine. So this is the thing with Russell Henley. It's like, what on earth has happened? And I guess maybe that's why I don't know, Darbo. Is there a reason why his iron, he's like putting has got that much better? But if you're not making 6 footers or whatever, like you're not making them. That's just, I feel like it could be a bit of both, but his putting has been insane. Like if you take a look at what he got up to last week, he was second in the field in putting. Second in the field in putting behind Brendon Todd. And Max Homa third, Wyndham Clark fourth, Scottie Scheffler fifth. Aberg finishing 25th with the 6th best strokes gained putting. So Russell Henley, man, what is this? Just insane. I don't understand how the putting has got itself together. And it's not like he's making bombs. He's gaining. So what? You lose half a stroke if you miss an 8-footer. So I'm assuming you gain half a stroke if you make an 8-footer. So he made an 8-footer on 18. 0.4, 0.36, 0.3. Those are all 6-7 footers that he's making repeatedly. You know, he gained all these strokes putting, and he never so far hasn't gained more than 0.68 on a single putt. Okay, round 4, he gained 0.84 on hole 1. Made a bomb, I guess, or a biggish putt. And then in round 1, same situation, like some solid putts, just consistently making good putts. So that's the thing. So there's 1 good shot so far, 2 good shots so far. 3 good. That was a really good shot on a par 5 where he hit it really close. 4, 5, 6. So he hit 6 good shots on approach. I don't know what to make of. I just bet the top 20. That's what we're just going to do. Incredible. But the irons are like very wishy-washy, but it seems like he's just figured his stuff out again. And the thing is, like, the accuracy for him are like, it's like, what's gone on with the accuracy? Usually he's very accurate. It's been not the best. Like at the Sony, wasn't super accurate. At the Genesis, not super accurate. But he was pretty accurate at the Cognizant, and I guess this week, what? Accuracy off the tee, 22nd, like, okay, whatever. Anyway, what the hell is Russell Henley's situation? So top 20, we're going to do it. I mean, obviously, we just keep betting him top 20 until it proves otherwise, especially at plus 220. What did he do? He's played okay, in the past, right? T19, T13 in the last 2 starts. Beautiful. All right, that's what we're going to hope for. Hope for the best there. See what happens. Let's see. Kevin Yu showing up, as always, out of place. Let me see if there's other names. I want to speak about Sahith. Sahith Theegala and Keegan Bradley are 2 names we have to speak about. Let's do it. Speak about Sahith first. So Sahith's interesting. Like, he does really well for you in the top 5 market, not in the top 10 market, but okay in the top 20 market. Weird stuff from him there. And Bezzy is also another. We got to speak about these guys. I'm going to highlight them so we don't forget. Brian Harman, we got to speak about, and Hoge, we got to speak about. Oh my God, Tom Hoge, we got to speak. Jesus, okay, we got to get going. Yeah, I've been putting around here too much. Got to speak about Cam Davis. We got to speak about. We haven't even spoken about Viktor Hovland. What is he doing in 57th in the model? Actually, we don't want white. We want to speak about them. Let's make them pink, since Hovland's pink. We already spoke about Minwee. I don't know where the hell that was, though. Where did we at our? I know it was in the chat. Yeah, we were chatting about it. Oh, you come for the R-rated banter, Mike. I appreciate it. Yes, that's what we're here for, man. We had to get a little. I mean, this is betting after all, right? I'm trying to find the Minwoo lead time stamp real quick, and then we're going to move on, yeah. Okay, so Woozy was up next at 11-ish o'clock. All right. Oh, my God. I missed a whole bunch of this chat. You had Scheffler. You had Scheffler, yeah, T-Dak? That's so impressive, dude. Okay, so let's make Minwoo Lee, 180 at 11? I think that was probably, 170 minutes in? I'll go back and double check after we're done. All right. I also don't mind Lucas Glover this week. I think he's pissed off with everybody. Harris English is a complete anomaly around Bay Hill as well. So Minwoo's in there. Okay. Justin Rose, Alex Naran. Yeah. Who's this? Brandon Wu. Okay. Steve Stricker. Is he even playing this week? That's crazy. Okay. All right. Let's power through a few of these names and then we get the hell out of here. Chris Kirk also makes for an interesting name. So does Matt Fitzpatrick and Brendon Todd. Jesus. Okay, we've got and Tommy Fleetwood. Byron, let's go. This is the players. It's time to go and Doug Ghim. All right. Let's do this. Let's start with some names here. Let's do Sahith. We wanted to speak about Sahith, so let's do Sahith Theegala at 210 minutes into the show. And I think the dog wants some water quickly. Give me 2 seconds. Isn't it crazy how you can speak dog? Like, I don't know what she's saying if she like says it to me, but I've spent so much time at home. I know what it's saying without knowing what it's saying. And the bowl was empty, bone dry. Does that mean Sahith Theegala is not going to hit in the water? Or does it mean it is going to go in the water? Is he going to fill it up? Or is he going to get wet? That is the situation here with Sahith Theegala. Let's deep him. Let's dive him deep. Get rid of the Sex Panther and go to Sahith. I'm proud of my little model. I don't even have to do way faster than the other one. It does take a hot minute, but it is what it is. So he has never played well yet. Never putted. He's never gained strokes putting ever. Had a few hot rounds on approach. He's also a very good wedge player, by the way. Hits a lot of good shots with the wedges. So I don't think the course history, Sahith Theegala is an anomaly as well. Second at the Century, fifth at the Waste Management. The guy balled out. And then finished, sixth today? Had a bit of a charge down the stretch. Theegala, yeah. And the approach play was not necessarily the greatest, but the driver was amazing. And we've been saying this about him. It's not surprising to see him gain the fourth most strokes in the field, like we said at the start of the show. So Sahith went in round one, chipped in a million times, obviously. Round two, it was putter, bit of driver. And what was it? Like, where did he have like really bad approach play? Made a freaking double today on in round one. I think he scolded. He scolded out of the bunker, I think, into the hazard. So that was a bad approach. Hit another bad one on 10, kind of chipped his way out of that. Just a bunch of mediocre approach play. Nothing really too good outside of one or two good shots on the par 5. And then he chipped in. Okay. Round 2, hit a really bad shot on 11, must have hit in the water. And that was that. So that's one bad, like what we've had. Really one bad shot where we've lost one water ball. Then round 3 on hole 8, is there water on hole 8? But he lost 1.5 strokes on approach. That's terrible. And then on hole 7, lost half a stroke. So like in the space of 3 holes, he basically lost 2.5 strokes on 7, 8, and 9 in round 3. That pretty much cost him the tournament. And then round 4, wow, he hit his irons really nicely today. A lot of blue boxes. Hit some really good approach shots and then had some bad ones as well. Like down the stretch on 18, lost a bunch, but only like one bad water ball and still, Jesus. Okay. So that's the situation. He's also an anomaly. He's also like the approach play has not been very good. But that can happen when you change your driver around. I mean, look at this driving. Let's look at like data golf's like big thing, yeah, because you can see upping in data golf. Sahith. He's been driving it so much better. There was a point in time, I'm going to make it a bit smaller here so you can see like here. At the Travelers, the US Open, RBC Canadian, we had the stretch where the driver went off kilter. And since then, it's just been very good. Very, very good. Like in 2024, look at this. The driving has been gaining half a stroke in 6 starts. Look at this. And that's after losing a bunch at Pebble, like a random situation there. He's been gaining, man. So we love that from Sahith this week. The putting has been very good. The short game, we know what he can get up to. The approach play spikes. It spikes. Like he's hit 2 bad approach weeks in a row now, I guess. But it can show up any given day. Any given day he can do it. And then it's bad. And that's why, like, I guess if you take a look at his approach play on that last 100, it's the situation is going to show you some sporadic percentiles there. So Sahith, I mean, geez, dude, I would not be shocked if he won the Players. Like he can do it the Cam Young way. He can putt a million putts, and he can dial in the irons, and the driver's been better. What is his odds? I want to bet him. I didn't like him much this week, but I think, like as in last week, I don't mind him this week at all. And they don't typically respect him. Yeah, 50-1. 50-1 over at FanDuel, my favorite sports book, that most likely is going to give me 45-1 for him. 50-1 on Sahith. Okay. So I don't mind that at all. I don't mind him at all. I think like sprinkling him in at that kind of price is completely fine by me. Okay, we're starting to approach here. Now, if we take Max out, we still got tons of space. I don't know how much I trust Max, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. But even if we don't take Max, we keep him in there, I think we kind of found our happy medium here. We've got what? Novak. So we got Max Homa, Wyndham Clark, Sahith, Minwoo, Byeong Hun, Tom Hoge, Matthieu Pavon, and Billy Horschel. I'm going to be writing an article forever. Jesus Christ. I keep doing this where I keep rostering like 8 golfers and I have to write 8 write-ups for these outrights every freaking time. It was so nice when you can just bet one big name and then you just write 2 paragraphs, 3 paragraphs about them. Anyway, we'll get into that at some point. So that's the situation. If we go with Sahith at 50, we pretty much have what, a 70? Not even. We got like 100-1 long shot, 150-1 long shot, 175-1 long, 200-1. Yeah, we're done. Like it's going to be 250-1 in order to make it satisfy our 300-1. Yeah, we're not betting that. I mean, so that's the situation, folks. Okay. That's our outright card pretty much figured out. Max Homa, 25. Wyndham Clark, 35. Sahith, 50. Minwoo Lee, maybe at 55. If I can find a 60, like the rest of the country has, I'll bet him. And then Byeong Hun at 90. Tom Hoge at 100. Matthieu Pavon, 150. And Billy Horschel at 200. Maybe I'll just reach out to Better Golf Odds and ask him for a 60. Maybe. Okay. Let's get back to business here. So Sahith, the unicorn, shows up whenever he wants. The approach play can just show up and then not. It is what it is. Now, I don't know if it's maybe because he did well at the waste management, where he typically plays well anyway, but maybe he plays well here. The approach play was not good here last year. That's the thing. But at 50-1, Sahith Theegala could easily win this thing at any given moment. He dialed it in round 1. And then kind of lost the plot. Feel like he's a different golfer now. We'll see. Much better putter as well. There's a lot that I can say about last year's performance that can be better. Cool. Moving on. Let's rattle off some names here. Brian Harman. 220. Brian Harman. I think he was leading the field in approach play to start off the week. Last week at Bay Hill. like he was dialed in after look at what a disastrous few rounds of approach play in the last 2 tournaments. And then he goes and has one of the best approach weeks. This is so golf. This is so, like, look at this. You go event, strokes gained approach. Brian Harman, 4th best in the week behind Tom Hoge and gang. Like, so he just kind of found it out of nowhere. And I think it was mainly got to do with the first 2 lost 1.5 and then gained again in round 4. So, oh boy. Okay, what's Brian Harman's? So, I mean, that could be a crazy, like, random bit of momentum, like an Austin Eckroyd-esque type situation, yeah. So, oh, by God, look at this situation. So Harman has an 8th and a 3rd and has made tons of cuts around this golf course. It makes so much sense because where these guys get dinged is off the tee. And Harman has been incredible, averaging 0.8 strokes off the tee at TPC Sawgrass. Oh, man. I don't know. Maybe Max Homa catches an X on our card. Maybe Minwoo. I don't know. We got to get Brian Harman on here because we know what the short game can do. The course history is not going to scream anything, but you know what? This is like super. He's so comfortable around here. The approach play, the ball striking has been shit, but now we get Brian. I mean, I don't even care what he's doing off the tee entering the week. It seems like he's so comfortable around this golf course. He's had 23 rounds of golf around TPC Sawgrass and lost strokes in 4 of them. 19 rounds of golf, he's gained strokes and is averaging over a stroke per round. The total for the ones that he had bad rounds totals 1.2 strokes lost. Incredible. Just incredible consistency off the tee. The approach play has always been very wishy-washy. I think if he brings that approach play from this week into the mix, we're in business. What is his kind of setup here? Not necessarily a good long iron player, whatever. Not necessarily the best mid iron play either. He's very good with the wedges. Got a bit of everything going on. Here. If we can catch a spike of, whoa. Come here. Come on. Phoebe, come here. Where's Brian Harman on the odds board? There we go. Where's Brian Harman? 80-1? Yeah. 80-1, I think. Is that available to... Okay, I've got it on 2 different books, so it has to be. Okay. All right. I think we're going over 4 hours this week, Darbo. It's looking inevitable. Brian Harman. I think we already bet Billy Horschel. So we're going to have to leave that alone. Did we bet Pavon? So Max, he affords us so much more space if we leave him off the card. That's the thing. He's got the good course history-ish, yeah. The putter was found this week for him. I don't know. Do I leave? What happens if we do Minwoo off here? That helps us as well. A lot. Okay, maybe I don't know. Jesus, that gives me so much FOMO, though. Okay, maybe we can just do all of these guys and just find a few better numbers somewhere. Maybe. Brian Harman. Yeah, there's 80s on both different books, so we could get a good number somewhere. Has Bet Rivers released anything this week? And Barstool or ESPN? Bet Rivers. Golf. Oh, we closed it. No. So ESPN doesn't have anything open. The Masters, nothing open here either. They got the British Open. Love how they're still calling it that. So that's there. What is it? Better Golf. Do we have Brian? He's going to be early for us. That's nice. No scrolling. 65. So the 80 is definitely probably going to be a good number. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I like it. You got to take a shot on him in this department. Got to take a shot. You know, that putting and stuff can show up at any given moment for this dude. And he's done it. He's had, like, the times he's played well, yeah, it's been the putter that's showing up for him. Those 2 years he kind of did quite nicely. Averaged 1.5 strokes putting when he finished 3rd and 8th. Cool. I like the combination of what this guy can do. And the putting's been solid entering the week. Now we get back onto the Sony Open. Like, he putted well at the Sony in Hawaii. I feel like maybe he's not a POA guy. Maybe he's a Bermuda dude or whatever the hell the surface is. And we know he can putt well on this. Cool. Brian Harman, going to be playing him. Going to have to do this. Let's chat about Chris Kirk. Great wedge player. Great at avoiding bad shots with the wedges. Then the mid irons are very lackluster, and then he gets better with the long irons again. We've got a lot of these guys. Good wedge players, good long iron players. Not like this mid-range is very weird to find good golfers in this range. It's interesting. And that's where a lot of shots come from. Okay. So Chris Kirk, what's he done at this golf course historically? Got a decent history here. It makes a lot of sense. It seems like PGA National in a way, where he's played well at. Different holes total. It is what it is. All right. So Chris Kirk's putting has lost the plot since he went unconscious at the Century. Incredible. Sahith Theegala loses to Chris Kirk when he can't miss a putt. Gains 3.5 strokes that week and has not gained. You take his best strokes gained putting, his last 4 rounds. It matches the 4 rounds he had in Kapalua. Chris Kirk has never finished better than 12th in 2017, but since then made quite a lot of cuts until 2022, and then that was the problem for him. The putting here has been bad. The last 9 rounds he's played here, he has lost 10 rounds he's played here. He's lost a casual 13 strokes. So that's not good on the putting surfaces there. But he's been ball striking the crap out of it. I think that's more of a DFS situation. I think for Chris Kirk, we're going to have to do that with him there. I can't do too much more. What is 3 hours and 46? So 180, 210 plus another 816, 226. Okay. Brendon Todd. Let's do Brendon Todd next. 229, 228. Brendon Todd. Has he played well yet? No, not really. I also don't think he's ever going to win a tournament. But I think a top 40 bet on him is on the cards, for sure. Absolutely going to bet him top 40. He's had 3 of his 4 finishes here have been a top 40. He's basically a worse version of Brian Harman. Actually, I'm looking at a T22 from 2020. That's not going to do it for us. But it looked good to start the week. 2020, remember? COVID. And this was the tournament it ended. So we've got in T35 in 21, 27th last year. That's good. All the putter. And it's one of the few courses where he's not like going to lose tons and tons of strokes off the tee. Not terrible. The approach play comes and goes at this golf course for him. But it's actually been pretty solid the last little while. If you take a look at what he's been up to. 30th at the Sony, 22nd at the Waste Management, 31st at the Genesis. Missed the cut at the Cognizant, finished 8th or whatever this week. So he's playing good golf. The approach play has been it's just he's putting lights. He's just putting lights out. What did he do this week? Oh my God. He shot 2 under par today and lost 3 strokes ball striking. Gained 10 strokes short game in the week. That's exactly how Brendon. I mean, that's his pedigree. That's what he does. He never had. He had 1 round in round 2 where he gained on approach for us. We had him, I think, in showdown that day. Cool. That was nice luck by us. Too bad we had Collin Morikawa in our lineups with Brendon Todd. Unbelievable. Anyway, Brendon Todd plus whatever the hell he's going to be for a top 40 does it 52% of the time. That's his market. So I like that. He is at this venue. Top 20 for him is going to be, let's take a look here. I'm assuming the top 20 for Brendon Todd is going to be like plus 500 as well. Plus 360. So his top 40 market's going to be like plus 150, maybe 125. So we got to do better than that, but I'll still bet it, especially at this golf course, this kind of stuff. But plus 150 for a top 40, I would go to. Hopefully it gives us plus 150 kind of situation there. All right. Moving along. So that's Brendon Todd for you. Let's go to Tommy Fleetwood, who also did the Jake Knapp, Tommy Fleetwood, Tin Cup, John Daly situation, and hit 1 million balls into the water. 232. Tommy Fleetwood. Phoebe's being needy. So Tommy Fleetwood, if you're betting him top 10s, baby, maybe this is the situation to go there. Tommy Fleetwood is plus 160 for a top 20. He is plus 360 for a top 10, which is a 22% implied probability. He's done it 44% of his starts. We're going to make that 40%, I'd say, after this week. What on earth has he been up to? I feel like he T10'd at the Genesis, backdoored it, I guess. T10 at the Genesis, and he has not played good golf at all this year. That's it. That's been his only top 10. Yuck. Over in Dubai. So he just hasn't showed up yet, but now maybe we get some golf from him that's better. But I don't know. I don't want to bet on a guy at what, plus 360 for a top 10. I mean, maybe. What's he done around here? 27th. Oh boy. Look at this. 27th, 22nd, miscut, 2020, sorry. All right, let me start that again. Going backwards from 2023, 27th, 22nd, missed the cut in 2021, COVID in 2020, 5th and 7th in 2019 and 2018, and then a T41 in 2017. So all of those starts, he only had 1 miscut, with his next worst start being 41st. 2020 was looking like a miscut, but he was saved by the cocoa nuts. I don't know what his deal is. What has been his problem? It hasn't necessarily... So I don't know what's going on with Tommy. We got the dogs. The dogs are going crazy on here. What is it? It's midnight. It's 12:05. Probably telling us bedtime. But we got more people to speak about. We got Darbo's record to break. Okay. So Tommy Fleetwood at plus 360. Man, if we can catch like a plus 400 there, then maybe. The course history here is amazing. Do we maybe resort back to like a top 20 on him here? I feel like that's probably the way to go. Tommy plus 160 for a top 20. I feel like I'd rather be more aggressive because he could pop at any given moment this week. I don't know. What's he going to do? Like, what's he been up to? All right. We'll see. Pending. Doug Ghim, top 40. This is the way to go. Potentially a top 20. What's his situation for a top 20 here? This is Doug Ghim's golf course. That's 450 for top 20 for Doug Ghim. He does that a third of the time, so that's some value there, if you ask me. Okay, plus 450, 18% implied probability. That's almost double what he does for a top 20 rate. Do not bet him top 10. He does not do that often. 4% of the time is a top 10 for Doug Ghim. Top 20s is where you go, potentially a top 40, but I feel like the top 20 market pays out the best for him, and it has been profitable. $232 returned for a Doug Ghim top 20 over the last 12 months if you're betting to win 100 every time he tees it up. If we take a look at Doug Ghim's situation, we're going to find a masterful profile at this golf course. Like, way more consistent than you might imagine. Or I'm just imagining stuff myself. Missed the cut here last year. Prior to that, it's 6th and a 29th in 2022 and 2021. He missed the cut because he couldn't putt, and it's been that way since the final round of the T6. Got a bit scared, a bit shaky, but he fits these kind of courses well. He's breaking the computer, but that's okay. That from him. The start to the year for Doug Ghim has been filled with ball striking beauty. If you take a look at his last few starts, the Farmers, ball struck it like crazy, 13th. The Mexico Open, he finished 8th and hit his irons very well. Gained 6 strokes on approach there. If you take a look at the Waste Management Phoenix Open, he gained a casual 3 strokes on approach there with a T12. If you go look at the Cognizant, he finished T16 with 2.5 strokes on approach, and he's been putting like, I wonder, this almost looks like he's moved to a broomstick in a way, or fixed something, because it's changed remarkably. The putting has changed remarkably for Doug Ghim in 2024. This is a fascinating study. He never played this week, did he? No, he didn't. And he's got a really cool Photoshop that I made of him with the Ghim Reaper. So that's freaking awesome. So Doug Ghim, he's had 4 consecutive top 20s the last 4 starts. The putting has been amazing. It's been a revelation. It's been a revelation. If you take a look at this career summary, look at this. It's a short sample size. It's 6 starts. 4 of them have been gainers. The 2 before that were basically what you see beneath 2024 year. He's averaging 6 or 0.7 strokes better putting this year. And that's after a very bad start at the Sony where he lost 1.5 strokes putting basically. Since then, it's been amazing. This guy ain't messing around anymore. And we're going to get a plus 450 for him at this golf course where he's got a 6th and a 29th and a miscut. Yeah. Yep. Going to wait for Bet365, see what they drop where it comes to some odds there. But yeah, I think that's the way to go. We'll see. We're not going to bet him outright. We're trying to tell ourselves to speak about him. Yeah. Okay. So what the heck time? Spoke about Tommy at 2:32. So we started speaking about Ghim at what? 2:36. 2:36. Boom. Top 20. Bet the shit out of that. That may even be my Pat Mayo bet. Who the hell knows? Okay. Top 40, Doug Ghim. Top 20, Doug Ghim, plus 450. Phew, that's nice. Where's his best odds? Let's try and take a quick look here for outright, just to get a feel for what books will give us. It's going to be FanDuel. He's 200 to 1 to win the tournament there. Cool. Christiaan Bezuidenhout made the cut last week, and the thing is, he's hitting his irons so well. I don't know if this golf course last week was the course for him. It's been another revelation, yeah. It's been another revelation. Like, it's just insanely good. Insanely good. He's been on pace to gain 2 strokes plus in every single start. He missed the cut at the Cognizant. He was averaging 0.6 per round. What did he do on approach this week? Wow. Okay, so he had a meltdown, and it was 1 hole. Lost 2.35 strokes on hole 13 today. So that's the majority of his strokes that he lost. He lost 2.5, but that was it. He lost more strokes than he lost the whole round in 1 hole. Then did okay in round 3, didn't have any water balls, it doesn't seem. Hit a horrific shot on hole 16 on the par 5. It looks like must have laid up, I guess, or something. He tends to do that. He missed the fairway, so he must have laid up and then hit another bad shot, because he lost 0.96. Usually, like, water balls are 1 point something. So he bogeyed that hole and then messed up hole 18. So that was in 2 shots, he lost 1.5 strokes. Understandable, whatever. Then in round 1, also not too shabby. So if you take a look at what he did at this golf course, this was like where he started playing some really good approach play last year. Like, it's where his iron started popping hard. Yeah. Putted nicely, hit the irons nicely, just did his usual crap off the tee, losing like fractions of drives. If he can figure out his stuff, man, off the tee, holy cow. By the way, I've been doing the stack training now. So your boy's going to be hitting nukes, absolute nukes here soon. But Bezzy's been putting nicely. Last little while, been putting better, because he was having a period of time where he was like hitting his irons well, but not putting very well. Now it's like here and there with the iron play, not very consistent, if you ask me my opinion on that. But Jesus, dude, off the tee, it's been get it, bro. You got to do something, yeah. 15 rounds off the tee, he's lost 6.5 strokes this year, like half a stroke per round. Just not doing himself any. His average distance is 280 yards. What are we doing? We've played the Genesis. We've played the Waste Management, the Farmers, the American Express. I feel like that's just send it. I guess Pebble, whatever. But he averaged 266 yards off the tee at Pebble. Oof. Someone needs to tell him what to do. You can't. This is not the PGA Tour of old. You got to get the freaking driver further than that, Bezzy. By God. Jeez, like, just pissing me off looking at that. Flippin' hell. Okay. Albo, we are cruising, bud. We are cruising to a 4 hours. Probably going to do 4.5 hours, yeah. I don't have any work tomorrow, which is awesome. I'm playing golf. Took the day off. I'm excited about Nikolai Højgaard, yeah, too. I think this course will suit him better than most people think. Okay, can I type in here yet? There we go. All right, boom. Bezzy, done. What are we doing with this dude? 445? You did 440. When did you do 445? I thought you just. When did you do 445? That's ridiculous. Maybe we deep dive a few more people. Maybe I'll go 5 hours. Jesus, I don't know if I can do that. That would be pretty epic. That would be a pretty epic stream, wouldn't it? You went 445 last week. Jeez, bud. Congrats. Okay. Well, yeah goes Nikolai Højgaard. We'll edge our way. Also, props to you being there in the background still. Dude, your stream has been going very nicely. I've been watching obviously a long time, and you know the amount of people, different tiers of subscription. Very, very cool, Darbo. I'm very proud of you, man. Good stuff. All right. So Højgaard has just not putted and chipped. He's chipped himself out of contention pretty much every time he's played. Obviously has not played the Players as a DP World Tour member. But look at this. What did we just say Bezzy's average driving distance was? Like 270, 280, 279. Then you get Højgaard, who's pretty much played the same tournaments as him almost, who's hitting at 299. So 20 yards further. 2 clubs less into the green every single time. That is just, to me, it's just like, what is Bezzy doing? Like, you can't, how can you be serious about winning golf tournaments if you refuse to hit a golf ball further than 280 yards? That's just, what is that? So, yeah, if we take a look at Nikolai, solid stuff. Ball striking, it's just around the green play that's had some really bad times. And he hasn't played much. Did he play this week? I don't know if he would have made it in, did he? I don't think he's played well enough. Oh, he did, and missed the cut because of the short game. Ugh. Oh, my God. He lost 4 strokes putting in round 1. Yikes. So I don't know. Till further notice on him. It's just not looking good. The short game is just bad right now. What are his odds? Nico Echeverria is 750 to 1. Okay. He's in the field. We've got that going on for us. Okay, we need Nikolai Højgaard. It's like 750 to 1 for Nikolai. Okay. So he's 120 to 1. I don't know if I'll bet him to win the Players. Man, I'm staring at that Brian Harman 80, and that's just looking good. It's looking so good. Okay. Also, Siwoo Kim, folks, we're going to take a look at, I'm going to pull up his stuff here shortly too. We've got to at least make it 4 hours 45, which is not that far away. It's like half an hour. I can do that. All right, Siwoo, where the hell are you? We'll scroll for a minute, just vamp. Okay, I'm going to have to just filter on you. So we've got the Woo clan over here, the Woo clan. We've got the Siwoo, Tommy Fleetwood, Gary Woodland, and Min Woo Lee. If Sia is watching, that's a shout out to the Woo clan. Okay, so Siwoo is 60 to 1. Oh, that's not the best number either. What were we even doing though? I was looking at what? Oh, Højgaard. I guess we just completely lost track at 60 to 1 or whatever. Where's his number? 120 to 1. Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't even know why I was looking it up. Let's talk about Siwoo. Let's talk about Siwoo. All right, so 4 hours and 10 minutes. What is that? 250. So let's pull up Siwoo. You want to see a crazy sicko profile? And I was actually in the middle of trying to figure out one of the worst situations I've ever seen like this, but look at this. Siwoo Kim gained 1.2 strokes on approach for the tournament per round. So what's that? 5 strokes for the tournament, and lost 5 strokes. Lost 8.5 strokes putting. Round 1, lost 4.5 strokes putting. Round 2, lost 3.5 strokes putting, gained 5 strokes on approach. Round 3, gained 1.9 strokes on approach, lost 1.6 putting. And then and then round 4, he actually lost on approach and gained putting. So for the first time that week, he kind of went the other way around. Now we need to figure out what Siwoo's situation is. And go from there. Has he historically played to start the year? He must have played nicely at the Sony as well. 44th at the Genesis. He's made cuts dude, he hasn't missed a cut this year. It's because he's so good with his driver. Thanks, Mike. Catch you later, brother. Thanks for tuning in, dude. I really appreciate that. Glad I think I gave you some R-rated stuff in the middle of the show there at some point. Who was I speaking about? I can't remember. Somebody. But Bezzy off the tee is like sitting in the corner watching your wife get done by another guy. That to me is just not okay. I don't know. Needs to figure it out. Dude, Siwoo Kim has got he WD'd after 1 round. And he played bad. Okay. So he's got a miscut there, basically. If we take a look at Siwoo Kim's course history and recent form, we have 1 miscut in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wow. So 1 in the last 12 of what we have on the screen here has been a miscut. Now, the crazy thing is we've got a T9 as his best finish for the 12 of them at the Players in 2021. I guess he won it in 2017. I lie. But he's been making cuts, and it's just off the tee, man. He's so good off the tee. So consistent. So consistent. And that's the thing. And then the irons have just been dialed last week. What does he do with the putter here? Jesus. It's all over the place. No. Let's not get that mixed up. It's Christiaan Bezuidenhout's off the tee numbers, or his overall approach to gaining strokes off the tee is like sitting in the corner watching your wife get done by another guy. You cannot tell me as a professional golfer on the PGA Tour in 2024, you are averaging 279 yards off the tee. Unless your name's Brendon Todd. I understand. He's got kids and stuff. And I guess Bezzy's also got a kid. But, what a situation. So, Siwoo, what are we going to do here? I mean, the putting it's all over the place, but he's 60-1. Maybe we can just find a top 40 for him. But even the top 40, it's maybe. What is his average percentage for top 40? Yeah. 63% of the time. That's pretty elite. So that's where we're going with Siwoo. So if we're going to get a Siwoo at 60-1, what is top 20 odds? Probably sitting plus 400, plus 220. What the frick is that? He's plus 220 for a top 20. I guess. Oh my God. I guess. Okay. Maybe we can find a better number than that, but that's probably going to give us like even money for a top 40, which for me is fine. For a top 40 at this venue, Bezzy So we got Russell Henley, Sex Panther, and then we got Bezzy the Lezzy. I like that. That's 100%. Just he's 100% not putting the strap on though. It's definitely whoever else is joining the party does the strapping on. Anyway, this is the late night edition of Back Nine Bets. Apologies, we are 4 hours and 15 minutes in, and we've lost the plot here. We've lost the plot. So Siwoo Kim, anything around plus 100 for a top 40, we are rocking and rolling. That's the way to bet him. Okay, top 40 Siwoo. Because you can still take advantage of that good ball striking. Why am I saying his name? Top 40. No upside, though. Like, the thing is, it's like, I guess he won the Sony 2 years ago, whatever. Anyway, moving on. This is one of the biggest jumps, though, from top 20 rate to top 40 rate. 21% top 20 rate, 60, it's triple. 63% top 40 rate. Incredible. Incredible. That's a really, really big jump. Usually it's like double. For him, it's triple. Of the best top 40 numbers, I wonder if there's a number that's better than that. Wyndham Clark is another option where it's almost, but he's a 32% top 20 rate and then 79 top 40. So you're not going to get that much from him. It's not nearly triple, but it's still a lot. And then Tony Finau, a lot more top 40s than he typically does. It's more than double for his top 40 rate versus top 20. Then you get Siwoo and Nikolai right in the mix, Jimmy Stanger. So those are all random newbies. Siwoo just triple the amount of top 40s than he does top 20s. Incredible. Incredible. What, Phoebe? Come, jump up here. Phoebe's not a fan of the long streams. I can't believe we haven't even spoken about Viktor Hovland either. All right, so that's Siwoo Kim. Let's speak about Viktor, yeah, at 2:58. 258 minutes, Darbo. We're coming for you, boy. 4 hours 45 is a long time, man. That is a long time. So Viktor's situation, I had him in one and done this week. I should have gone with Wyndham Clark or Will Zalatoris, but hey, here I am being a smart aleck and trying to play a one and done that I didn't even bet because he's broken. Ugh, man. The around the green stuff as well for Hovland is bad. Like it's this year has been bad again. I feel like he's asking too many questions. I mean, also look at this. Look at this, Darbo. It's not even letting me zoom in on him. Nice flex. I didn't try go that. That's what Bezzy said in the corner. Okay. What are we doing over here? Viktor Hovland. All right. We're zoomed in way too much. Yeah, there we go. You like that? I know. We are getting a little off the record, yeah. But hey. So Viktor hasn't had a top 10 yet outside of the 10th place at the Hero. Not good. He hasn't gained around the greens in 2024 yet. The approach play has been mediocre by his standards. The driver for the total week he lost off the tee. It's one of the most elite accuracy and distance guys there is. Like, look at this. Distance with accuracy is his profile, and he lost strokes around Bay Hill. Why? Bad drive on 9, bad water ball on is 10. 10 is where that must have just been a very bad drive to lose 1.2 strokes off the tee. Because what's OB, Darbo? Is OB two strokes straight up? It is, because you're hitting your third shot off the tee. So how do you lose 1.2 strokes off the tee? Jesus. It's like topping it. So he just had a space off the tee where he lost a casual almost 3 strokes off the tee in 3 holes. Outside of that, it was all fine. That was today. Then on 13, he lost another full stroke off the tee. Everything else was fine. Just had like a meltdown on that hole. Drove the ball exceptionally well in round 2. And then had a really bad drive on hole 8. So it's like 5 holes that he lost all of those strokes off the tee today, like this week. Oh, man. What the hell, Victor? That's him in the corner. That's him in the spotlight. Losing his... I know that song. That's him in the corner. Anyway, all right. So Hovland is just... It's like, what the hell? But there's nothing like popping hard either. Outside the putting, I get like... He's like... Did something well every day. But he's the world... He's like top 10. Oh, yeah. So you can gain... Okay. You can offset it by your third shot. But I'm with you. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. So I don't know what to do with Viktor Hovland. I think you just leave him alone right now. He's what? 22-1? Yeah. Cool. Eric Cole. Okay, let's do a little bit of Eric Cole love. I feel like he's an important name. What did we do? 234. That was a quick... I know, that was Hovland. 258, so 262. 262. 62. All right, Eric. Where are the... Eric Cole. Plus 100 to win a tournament. Don't think he's ever going to do one. But he's definitely a consideration for like a top 20. He does that 38% of the time. Yeah, I'm with you. That's cool. For those of you that don't like... Yeah, so the fact doesn't matter how far you hit it out of bounds. It's just an automatic 2 strokes lost. And then your next shot, had you not hit one out of bounds, would have gained you 0.3. And then by gaining those 0.33, you only lose 1.67 in general, despite having hit 3 shots or whatever. So I'm with you. That makes tons of sense. Cool. All right. Eric Cole. What did he played nicely. I think he was right in the mix this week, like for top 20s and stuff. Yeah. So he finished 21st. Brutal stuff for those that bet him top 20. But I feel like this week is probably a better chance for him to do that again. Did it all with the short game. Approach. Wow. Had himself a round 2, didn't he? Lost 3.2 strokes. Which holes were they on? Water ball on 5. Or hole 4. Okay. That was bad on hole 4. So that was 1.25 strokes lost there already. And then this is round 2, yeah. So hole 6, water ball. Prior to that, he lost 3 strokes. Lost 3 strokes on the front 9. Crazy. Brutal stuff. 3.2 strokes on the front 9. So I don't mind him. I mean, those are 3 holes that he basically lost. 4 holes maybe that he lost it on. Has he played here before? Has Eric Cole played here before? Oh, wow. Okay. That's interesting. Cole's like a top 20 machine. I think he could definitely do some stuff here at Sawgrass. Despite having an absolute cataclysmic disaster at the Cognizant. So this is what happens. You go on the Pat Mayo show, you give out your one of your favorite bets, and he loses 5.9 strokes on approach. shoots a 78. The joys. But anyway, at the Genesis, he finished 10th, 14th at Pebble. It's like he's doing this. Okay. Okay. I think we can go back to Eric Cole for a top 20. He does it often enough. 38% of the time. And that's with 32 starts. He did a 21st place finish this week. I'm still pissed off that Minwoo Lee is 55-1 for me. So top 20 for him is plus 330. Interesting. Maybe we do a top 40. I think we can probably get plus 150. No, plus 1. Yeah, maybe we get plus 125 or so for a top 40 for him, which would probably be more in line. Eric Cole for a top 20 at plus 330 is 23% implied, and he does it 38% of the time. So that's 15% edge, basically. If we do him at plus 110, let's say, for a top 40, that's 48% implied probability, and he does it 72% of the time. So that's a 24% edge. I like that. That's like the bet there, I think. I like a top 40 for him. Call top 40 at plus money. Would even probably bet it at minus money. Who the hell knows? Oh my God, dude. That's awesome. So you've been doing. I'm really excited to see what that is. I haven't really been paying attention to that part of your world. So I'll be for sure checking in on you with that. Would love to check and see what you're doing with that website. That's very exciting. That's been a grind, man. And that's going to be right before the Masters, like you said. So good job on sticking to that timeline. All right, I feel like we've got to do Jordan Spieth. We can't just leave him alone. But you know what I'm saying with Jordan Spieth is the fact that it's a psycho. We bet him top 5, top 10, like he's been returning for us in the past. I think he had 2 top 5 rounds in the tournament and finished like 30th. He just had a complete meltdown in between those. So that's Jordan Spieth for you. It is what it is. Cam Davis. I don't know, Dobber. I'm taking a beating here. Cam Davis. 4 hours, so 24 to 68. And we got to speak about Keegan and Jake Knapp. Got to speak about them too. And Ryo Hitsutsuni's in. Ryo Hitsutsuni's been a bit of a disappointment, hasn't he? Came out hot and heavy and then kind of just lost the plot. So Cam Davis played nicely at the Players last year and finished 18th this week. Jay, that's the thing. You never freaking know with Scottie, though. It's like maybe he does. I mean, he made a few long putts. Those can easily just not go in. But he was also making a lot of medium-range putts. We'll have to see. He putted like shit in round 2 as well, or round 1. So I don't know. You could win it. You could win it still not putting well. That's the thing. But you know what? It's very hard to win a tournament. It's very difficult to win a tournament. So there's going to be someone that probably outputs him this week for sure. Now, whether they can outball strike him and outputt him, who the hell knows? But also coming off a win, it's not easy to win back-to-back. You know, there's stuff he's got to do. His whole schedule is going to be out of whack. Usually guys take the week off after, you know, like just kind of get their stuff together. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, Darbo. He doesn't have to have a good putter. But you never know. You know, golf is a weird game, and especially around a Florida golf course like this, 1 or 2 bad shots, he's in the water, he can miss the cut out of nowhere. Just randomly. Golf has done weirder stuff, right? Golf has done weirder stuff. But anyway, speaking of weirder stuff, here's Cam Davis, who absolutely... Look at Cam Young. T36 lost 4 strokes putting. What a man. What an absolute man. Cam Davis, though. T to green was playing pretty nicely, I guess mainly on just approach for the event. Great -2 round today. After a 74 in round 3, 70 in round 2. Okay. I can't even do this, Darbo. I can't even stay awake right now. So what is Cam Davis' situation? Let's look at it. Let's look. I think it was like his coming out party at the Players last year. He was playing so bad and then showed up and finished inside the top 10. That is very drastic, okay? He hits 15 shots to 5 feet next week or this week. I know, dude. I should have done the caffeine thing, but I don't know. Yeah. Oh, criminal in the house. Welcome. Are you what's the world look like there in South Africa? Anyway, okay. Cam Davis. Yeah. So missed two cuts at the Players in 2021, 2022, and then finishes 6th. Chips and putted his way to success here. Also had some really good iron play that week outside of the final round where he lost 3.5 strokes putting, 3.5 strokes on approach. Not good. Still chipped and putted well though. So I don't mind him here, maybe. I don't know if I want to bet him. I don't know if I want to play him as a... I just want you to know that only Masters player will contend with anything 5+ hours. Yeah. Yep. Oh, I'm vested, buddy. We are going to 446, and that's going to be it. All right. So Cam Davis is plus 360 for a top 20. I almost want to bet him just like top 10, but I don't know. Top 20 seems like the way to go for him. Or maybe we're just overreacting. Maybe he's just a DFS play. Kind of just throw him in a few lineups. It's all over the place. It's just all over the place. But the approach plays like found a bit of love lately, outside of when he broke himself at the Genesis. Shoots 65 in round 1, cruising to like inside the lead. Sun's going down, big guy. Sun's going down. Criminal is in South Africa. I don't even know who you're talking. I don't know what's going on. Cam Davis, DFS play. Just leave it at that. Keegan Bradley, 2 hours and 33 minutes. What's that? 271. Oh, Darbo. Are you going to bed? Yeah. You're trying to make me sleepy. Keegan Bradley. Let's go. No, I have a prescription to Adderall, so I took one before I jump on the show. So I'm usually, but it's officially gone. It's a short guy, so it doesn't last very long. Keegan, 5th in 2022, missed cut last year when I was betting him. How did he miss the cut here? Oh my God. He just chipped his way. This is like screaming a top 20 bet right now. What did he do at Bay Hill? So he's got a 7th, a 16th, a 30th, and a 5th in 4 of his last 6 Players Championships. He missed the cut at the Genesis. He finished 11th at Pebble, finished 2nd at the Sony. And what did Keegan Bradley get up to out at Bay Hill? 36th. Ain't putting, did everything else average-ish. Darbo. Yeah, that's busy. Just a short guy. Doesn't last very long. Okay, so Keegan, do we even bet this guy? Do we bet him to win? Does he just show up out of nowhere? Does he just show up out of nowhere? When I start singing, you know I've lost it because I can't sing very well, and I don't know lyrics at all either. Keegan, 100 to 1. 100 to 1. Yeah, 100 to 1. Keegan Bradley. Oh my God, I don't know what to do with my outright card right now. Granted, most of these we put on the. It's looking like I'm going to just. I have more bets to make if we just take Max Homa out of the lineup. How many outrights do we have now? 9. Max. Oh, I'm going to have to figure out what we're going to do with Max because right now it's not looking like he's going to make the cut. Right now it's not looking like he's going to make the cut because Keegan, not so long ago, finished second at Wiley, 11th at Pebble. His putter comes and goes. He's finished 5th, 7th, and 16th, and 29th before missing the cut year last year. So he's comfortable. What's the driver been like? It's been good. Since the Sony Open, the first round of the Sony Open, he lost strokes on off the tee. That was it. Had 10 rounds of gaining since then off the tee. That's exactly what you're looking for at this golf course. The approach play has been a bit more sporadic since then. Ideally, we're looking for better approach play, but it's been good at the freaking players a lot. What did he do on approach like this week? Keegan, round 1, gained a bit. Round 2, lost a stroke. Round 3, gained a bit, lost a stroke. Was it just, wow. Made a triple on hole 3. Good stuff, Keegs. Did he do back-to-back water balls today? Oh, we got to look this up. This is easy. This is easy airtime right here, Darbo. Just looking up at what a golfer did on a specific hole. Just to try and get myself to 4 hours and 46 minutes of streaming. Keegan Bradley. One of my favorites, I guess. Oh, out of bounds. He hit it out of bounds on hole 3. Is that even a thing? A penalty? Yeah, he had a re-tee. Yikes! And then hit it in the water. Oh, what a crazy sequence of events. And then where did he hit? Jesus. Then he hit his next one like almost out of bounds with a 3-wood on the approach shot on the par 5. Bounced back pretty nicely to do that and then shoot a 74. It's still very impressive. Aye. So, and the thing is, this dude out of nowhere just shows up and wins tournament. This is Scottie Scheffler's profile, Viktor Hovland. Okay. Where's Keegan? So I don't mind. I mean, he had 1 or 2 bad holes. He just shows up out of nowhere. Where is this tournament taking place? It's taking place in Florida. It's not in Boston. It's in Florida. You had a bunch of lineups and a round 2 Bob Prize Picks card for him. What did he do in round 2? 3 bogeys, rest of them pars. Oh my God. I know. Dude betting. And then the day before he had what? 6 birdies. In round 3, he had 4 birdies. In round 4, he had 4 birdies. Incredible. The only time you bet him for a birdie or better, he has no birdies. Oh my God, dude. Betting is such a bitch, eh? It's a cruel bitch, I tell you. It hurts your feelings and it does not care at all. Yeah, he would have cashed that. He would have cashed that every other day. He literally did. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's why you gotta bet like constantly to take it, to avoid that kind of outlier crap. Okay. So that's Keegan. I don't know. Like looking at his just irregularities right now, I mean, I could totally see him winning at 100-1. Like 100-1. I don't know. Okay, Jake Knapp. Let's pull him up here. Speaking of naps, all right, what is this? 281. Wow, we went 10 minutes on Keegan. Yeah, we did a bit of I can't believe we did that. I feel like we've missed a bit of stuff. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. I feel like we've knocked out everyone. Oh, we didn't even speak about Tom Hoge. All right. We got to speak about him because we bet the guy. All right. So let's go with who were we talking about now? Jake Knapp. Okay. That's cool. So Jake Knapp also made a 12 on one hole. Outside of that was playing pretty solid golf. I mean, he gained strokes in round 4. He gained strokes in round 2. Lost strokes in round 1. And whoa. So, dude, like, this is crazy. So he lost 5.5 strokes in round 1 and then 8.5 strokes in round 2. But in round 3. And then in round 2 and round 4, he gained 3.3 total strokes, which is impressive. I don't know. I mean, he suits this. If he played well around PGA National, I can imagine he'll play well around here again. I just don't know if he wins this tournament. But who the hell knows? 150-1? That's interesting. I mean, if you take a look at his iron play, it's exhilarating stuff. It's basically in the range of Tom Hoge. Not quite, but close. Especially entering this week. I mean, it's been amazing what he's been up to. It's like since the Farmers, his iron play has just been incredible. Incredible. Like his ball striking, like he'll out ball strike Tom Hoge every day of the week because his off the tee numbers are incredible. He's averaging half a stroke off the tee, and he's gaining 1.2 strokes on approach in the last 15 rounds. Take out his worst 2 rounds, and the guy's averaging 1.7 strokes. Take out his 3 worst, and he's averaging 1.87 strokes on approach in his last 12 of 15. That's just bananas good. And I think even this week, it was still like the approach play was still fine. Gained a stroke, gained a bit. Like it was just all the driver stuff. Like his driver gets out of control every now and then, which makes sense. It makes sense. Whew. I don't know, man. It would be crazy if you wanted back again. It would be cool if I hit Jake Knapp at the Players where I hit Cam. The mullet wearing Penguin original. You out of here? You can't bear to watch me beat your record. Come on, Darbo. Oh, boy. All right. Well, I'm also about done, too. So I don't know. Jake Knapp is interesting. More to come on that. We'll finish the podcast with Tom Hoge. What time was Jake Knapp at? 281. So Tom Hoge's at 285, which by my account is 4 hours and 45 minutes. Let's pull up Tom Hoge, who, by the way, led the field in approach this week. So if you take a look at these numbers, just add even basically the same because this is what he does every week. And we know he broke the course record on my show, on your show, whenever soon. So Tom Hoge, literally like Jake Knapp's situation, yeah. Since the Farmers, it's been bananas good. Even before that, though, like this is Tom Hoge's situation. He just does this. So this year, Tom Hoge has lost on approach one time, and that was the opening. Okay, I lie. He's lost on approach twice. He lost in round 3 of the Kapalua Century Tournament, and then lost in round 1 of the Farmers Insurance. Outside of that, we've got 23 rounds of golf that are averaging 1.4 strokes per round. All gaining. 23 of 25 gaining on approach. That is freaking insane. Freaking insane. And then we go to a golf course where last year he went nuts. Nuts. He gained a casual 9 strokes on approach, with about 7.5 of them on the weekend. He made the cut on the number, I think, and then went bananas and finished 3rd. So the putting wasn't necessarily even that great. He lost strokes putting and still finished 3rd. Lost 1.5 strokes putting and still finished 3rd. Chipped in a few times, I guess, putted in from off the green, whatever. That's after losing 4. Wow. What a wild week for him. So if we get some sort of putting like we saw in the early 2021, 2019 range, and we've seen him putting better lately too. Like we've got some bad rounds of putting, but also really solid. Like on the year, he's gaining putting. So since the Century, Tom Hoge is actually gaining half a stroke putting. There's been a few bad rounds, there's been a few good ones, and that's going to throw off his average putting. But it's been very good. The around the green stuff it's just a perpetual nightmare, and that's probably what's keeping him out of the mix. But there's not been a better top 20 bet than Tom Hoge this year, even considering Henley. So if you've bet him since basically the American Express, let's go with that. T17, then he missed the top 20 with a T56 at the Open, the Farmers Insurance. T6 at Pebble. T17 at the Waste Management, 8th at the Genesis, 28th at the Cognizant, whatever. And then I think this week he finished 12th, leading the field in ball striking again, putting like ass. He was like 5th last, 6th last in putting. So that's the situation. But Hoge, a great stuff. Like Petita Green was phenomenal. It was just shy of Scottie Scheffler. And it's because Scottie was gaining 0.9 strokes off the tee. Like he outstruck Scottie on approach like by a stroke per round. So that's what you're going to get from Tom Hoge at 100 and what to what? 100 to 1. 100 to 1, Tom Hoge. If it happens, it happens. You know, the putting let him down. He finished 12th. Granted, it's 12 shots back of Scottie Scheffler, but this iron play is just oozing efficiency right now. And I feel like at 100 to 1, and then if you just bet him top 20, I feel like this is the way to go. So let's find him a top 20 here and go from there. I think Tom Hoge is going to be an awesome top 20 bet. Plus 320. I mean, whew, that's beautiful. If we can find that with tires paid in full, we're in. It's been paying money back to you, and I think that's not even got to do with recently. That's what's happening. The top 20 stuff hasn't necessarily been that great for him long run, so we'll see what he can get up to. I love what Tom Hoge's up to right now. I think he's ready to rock and roll. So that's it. 4 hours and 50 minutes. Incredible stuff. I don't know how we managed to do it, but it's 1 o'clock here in Iowa. I'm off to bed. I don't have work tomorrow, but I got to put these timestamps together and still upload this podcast and eat my chicken that's now sitting next to me cold. But awesome stuff, folks. Thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to do the subscribing shit, all that, whatever. Use code MANIAC for 10% off at rotoballer.com. Spencer hit himself another outright. Our Rotoballer PGA show is cooking. We've hit 3 outrights, baby, in this year. between me and Spence. So that's going well. We're going to get that up and running hopefully soon on the podcast side of things, Spotify, iTunes, all that jazz. But yep, it's bedtime for me. Thank you all for staying up. Thank you for tuning in post afterwards using the timestamps thing. Really appreciate all of you, and we'll catch you guys for the Rotoballer PGA show tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern, and then my show on Tuesdays at 7 Eastern too. We'll do that, and then I've got Joe Nicely coming on Wednesday for Hacking in Hollywood. We're going to be doing The Sopranos, so it's going to be a fun show. Awesome stuff, folks. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for Rotoballer PGA. Peace.